Hello, welcome. Jimmy, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Elengard, hello. Will the plugin be on Unreal Marketplace soon? Yes, I'll be resubmitting it. It got declined the first time under a weird technicality. But I'll be submitting it again with this updated version, which is based in C++, so it's giga performant now. And I'm just filming documentation today. And doing a tiny update if Sov sends me the file. But yeah, it should be here, because, like, it should be on the marketplace in, like, a week or two, maximum. Hopefully there aren't any other delays after that. However, it'll be going up in price once it's on the marketplace. It'll be either $34.99 or $39.99. So if you get it now on Gumroad, it'll be $10 cheaper. But yeah, I've decided to up the price because they do, like, sales and stuff on the Unreal Store. So it'll be a higher base price, but a, you know, $10 sale or something. Because everyone loves sales. Hairs gets better and better. Thank you. I put the specularity up today. Prismatica Silver's doing Prismatica plugin. True. Yeah, I know he's gonna have a lot of fun with it. He's gonna have a lot of fun with it. Alrighty. And my hair is hairy. Where's that bit going? What's going on here? Is that even my hair? Yeah, it is. Just. Roughness 0. That's right. No, my hair is quite diffuse. Alrighty. First thing is first. Let's open up the engine. The engine. Vengine. How's it going? How's it all? I need to be on my apartment to a house. Couldn't check soon. I'm doing good now. I'm doing good. My tooth is all good now. Yeah, my tooth exploded yesterday. So I had to what's it called? Go to the dentist. Because why should you get the plug-in that way in a month or two? Is that all? Yeah, it is, Craver. It is, indeed. Wait, what? Prismatica unpack? Oh, because these ones weren't using that. They're using the classic. Right. I've just got a couple of bugs to fix. There we go. Had dentist to last few weeks? Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the dentist. Not because I don't like going to the dentist, just because of the price. Just because the price. Funny cat outside. Okay, that one's also fine. Was it this one that was broken? No, that one's fine. This one. Haha. Okay, they should all be fixed now. Yep. Nice hair. Why is everyone commenting on my hair? Is it because yesterday I complained that no one noticed that I had a haircut? Or that I cut my hair? I mean, to be fair, I cut it half an inch shorter. Teddy, hello, hello, hello. Any ideas how to implement decals with text? That's a great question. I think there is a node for like font sampling. Font sample. But how does it get the... How does it get the font? Text? Text. Any text? Font. Font sample parameter. No. What's it mean, texture page? I've got no idea. You'd have to just look up how to render text in a material, and then just do that in a decal material, basically. Eh? It's possible to create a light shaft material that will be masked on objects and what's behind them using distance and near its surface. You could... sort of. It wouldn't be able to extend very far. I think the maximum that a distance field extends is like 250 units. But it would be possible. Yeah, it would be possible. There are two materials specifically rendering text in the engine. Maybe you could duplicate those and change them to decal mode or something. Yeah, that would be actually a really good starting point, I think. A very good starting point. Alright, I need to... set... Oh, God. Well... So I want the actual pivot point to be right, but then when we do the thing... So I need an input called, or just a thing called, is for nanite? Question mark, question mark? And then we're going to have to do this and select. And then this divided by 1000 So if for nanite, use this. If not for nanite, use this. And then that goes into there. And I have to do this for literally everything. I can just do it like this. Try extending distance to the nearest surface using object pivot node as a direction. To get the direction, you'll need to... You probably want to use the light vector. There's a node called light vector, which will just get the... what's it called? The directional light in the world and give you that direction. And you'll also need to use the distance field gradient node, which will give you the direction of the distance field. And then you can dot the gradient against the direction, and that will give you like a black and white mask of like what is facing that direction or not, and like what's facing away. Any technical plugins released on the Epic Marketplace? Soon TM. Soon TM. So I might Does that even need to be in here? I guess it cuts out one step, but YOLO. Starting UV channel. Nanite? Nani? A video. Yep, for sure. You will hear about it. And I'll also like post on like Reddit and all that other shit. Like the Unreal Engine Reddit. I don't know if people still look on the Unreal Engine Reddit, but yeah, I'll actually, like, that'll be the official release of the plugin. Right, now I just need to material functions. Pivot data. You can do a nanite switch, can't you? But that wouldn't help because we've baked it as nanite, or like we've baked the UVs, so that isn't what we need to use. We would actually have to have a boolean called. That should be a static bool. There we go. And then if this, then we need to yeet all of these. Actually, I'll just do it here. Do I want to... Could just do it... Ah, fuck it. Static switch. Fireball, hello. Am I making my own video game? Yes, that is what I do. Are you making your own video game? Paul, how's it going? How's it going? Not yet. Ooh, not yet. That sounds promising. We plug it in, that's right. We just got to plug in a little bit longer. There. And then you go into there. No, you go into there. And then you go into there. And that goes into the true. And now we are all good. Probably. That looks terrible, but yo to the low. And do this. I'll just yeet that in there, and that can just live over here. And then go into there. Right? Right? Cool. And then blah, 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 blah. And then it gets transformed to wheel space. Cool. Okay, so I just need to grab this. Da-da-da-da-da. Go to the 2D one. Do the same thing just here. Well, actually, no. 2D isn't actually just 2D. This is 0. You one-man army, or do you have anyone helping out? Mostly one-man army. There are a few people that contribute, and a few people that I consult, but it's like, you know, mostly just me chilling. Do I ever do 2D? No, so that, oh no, that is tip location, but then that's the root location, which isn't. You know what, I'll just do this anyway. Because I'll probably change that to be... I'll be right back. I need to wee. And we're back. Alright, let's... Wait, no, I already had them up here. How can I... love the vibe you bring. Thank you. I'm glad I passed the vibe check. Oh, so that needs to go like last. And static wall there. Is that fine? Or does it need to use preview as default? Yeah. Alright, then here. Preview as default. Fantastic. And also sort priority, big number. Alright, so that's one thing sorted. Which is the nanite workaround, because nanite fricks with the UVs a lot. I fixed the things here. I feel like there was one more thing that I needed to fix before... Alright, so all of this should be fixed now. Yep. Cool. I might just, like, not... Ah, it's fine. Let me just put that in the ground. Fuck it. Alright, everything should be good to go. Which means that it is time for... documentationing! Woohoo! Alright, let me just check. Am I exposed proper? Lights on. I look good. It's daytime, which is surprising. Ugh. Where the cats at? They are all outside. Actually, there's... Oh, you wouldn't be able to see it. There's one cat outside sitting on a pillow. The wild cat. But yeah, you can't see him. Oh, you know what I need to do? Because it's documentation time. I need to go to our square screen. I think I need a wider monitor. I don't think so. Alright. And I also need to check... Oh. Test recording. Test. 1, 2. Hello and welcome to the Prismatica documentation, blah, blah, blah. Testy. 1, 2, 3. And now we go to here. Go to my captures. Test recording. Test 1 2. Hello and welcome to the Prismatica documentation. Blah blah blah. Testy 1 2 3. Well, test recording. Test 1. Cool. The music isn't in there. That's good. I also need to focus. My camera. Kumura. Perfect. You can see every detail of my terrible complexion. And my thin hair, my fine hair. My hair's got a bit of volume today, you know? Bit of volume. Turn up the volume. Pogging, champing. I might just leave it like nice and wild, you know, like a bit unhinged. Unhinged, you know, science guy vibes. Alright, let me open that Prismatica project thing. Had long hair all your life? Yeah, most of it. I think in year 12 I cut it short. But even like as a kid, I had like a long bowl cut. I mean, a bowl cut isn't really long, but ever since I was like in year 4 or 5, I've had long hair. Also, Sovereign Devg. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. I just went through and fixed those thingers. I fixed the those references. I also added a nanite option. Right here. Right there. Is for nanite. And then also in the material thinger. Oh, wrong screen. There we go. And then in the material, we've got... hold on. In here. The pivot thingers. Where the hell are they? The pivot sampler. There they are. A nanite boolean. Which just multiplies it by 1,000 again. All good stuff. Yeah, all good, all good. I'm here to answer questions. That is my whole life, now that I'm a full-time plugin dev. Got support for those nanite weirdos? Yeah, exactly. Yep. But yeah, we're gonna start with the pivot painter video. I might even just do like a general overview of like what pivot painting is. Like I might just turn this into a full video about pivot painting and then also what my plugin, well, my script does. Do you think making simple models for a game with Unreal modeling tools is alright, or are they really bad? I would probably recommend using Blender to create models, and then using Unreal to, like, make small changes and that kind of thing. Yeah, that would be my recommendation. But if you really want to learn the Unreal modeling tools, then that is also fine. Blech. Blech. Even though the modeling tools are just there in case you need it. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a few cases where it can, like, really come in handy. Especially if you're doing, like, geometry script stuff. Like, as an example. These things. Like this kind of stuff where like you want to go into modeling so that you can then define, you know, polygroups and stuff that can then get used in scripts and things. So like in this case, we say, hey, the stem is group 0 and everything else is its own individual, you know, polygroup. And then when we use my pivot painting script, we then use like each of those groups to then paint the pivots of these verts to here. And that way we can do, you know, a bunch of funky stuff. Like having each individual leaf rotating, you know, around where it should rotate. And almost like interacting like it is boned. Tried to do effects like this in Fluid Ninja, but could never figure it out. Fluid Ninja is so complicated. Yeah, that's kind of... I mean, like, I think Fluid Ninja is definitely, like, 1,000,000 times more powerful than my system. But, like, my system is built from, like... It's for games first and cool effects second. Also, why do these not... jiggle very fast? What are they doing? Oh, is it because they're taller? You know, you should be default speed. What about trees? Kind of. We can do the leaves of trees. Like the bottom leaves. You can see here we do leaves. But we don't want to do the entire tree because it's just not designed for that. Because the wind simulation isn't three-dimensional. It's purely on the ground. So... yeah. You can see, like, yeah, I can blow the bottom leaves, but it's not going to do the top leaves. What challenges do you encounter right now in making this game, like, the most challenging thing? Data structure. Like, large-scale data organization. You know, where things go, how to handle massive amounts of data, all that kind of stuff. But everything else is just, you know, not so much a challenge as it is, like, just time-consuming. Data organization sounds scary. Yeah, it can be. Especially when you want to simulate, like, every character and every item in the world. Alright, let me have a sip of water. And then we'll get started. We'll get started. But yeah, the main challenge for me at the moment is like we want to be able to simulate off-screen events rather than just doing like, you know, the classic Skyrim example is like when you move through this location, there's a random chance that this random event happens. So, you know, the Empire people escorting the fuck are they called? The Storm Cloaks? The Stormcloak prisoner. And it's like, it's cool when it happens the first time, because it seems organic. But then it happens every single time, and you're like, yeah, another one of these fucking, you know, Imperials escorting the prisoner. I'm gonna set him free, cool, you know. He says thanks, and that's it. Is it because of money? Yeah, exactly. Precisely. But that's the thing about being an indie game developer, is that you don't have suits telling you what you can and can't afford to do. Because you're only... The currency that you work with in indie dev isn't money, it is time. Whereas in like a AAA studio, you've got a set amount of time to produce something. You know, it has to be on like a yearly or a 2-yearly cycle. Like, you have to put this game out at this date. Whereas in indie dev, it's like, you know, you can just chill out. Random events will make it more real. Well, it's not so much I want to do random events. I want to do off-screen events that come about because of a chaotic simulation. So, you know, there's like actual trade caravans going from town to town, carrying actual resources that can actually be robbed by bandits. And those bandits can take all of those things and then, you know, set up their black market and sell things off at, you know, for cheaper. And you can actually buy the things that they're selling on the black market. Or you could help, you know, bust the bandit market. Or you could just protect the caravan in the first place. Or you could come across an injured bandit who tried robbing a caravan but got the shit beat out of them by the people that were guarding it. And then, you know, you could heal them up and they'd be like, oh, thanks for that, you know, I'll introduce you to our boss. And then you go and talk to their boss and he's like, yeah, we're gonna hit this next caravan, do you want to join in? And you're like, fuck yeah, and then all of a sudden it's like Red Dead Redemption. And so the game can kind of take you in random directions, or like pull you in random directions without forcing you, by having like a bunch of interconnected events and whatnot. So rather than that being like a one-time random event, it's just something that arises from chaotic interactions between agents that are still simulating when they're off screen. So that's where the challenges come in. Well, that's where the challenges will come in, because again, that's all just in pre-production, you could say. But like the gist of it is, I'm gonna have to do that anyway on a small scale for, like, you know, characters that are in your party that are still doing stuff off screen, like, you know, processing resources or like repairing items or that kind of stuff. And if you're gonna do it on a small scale, if you set it up in a way that you just, you know, you just say, for every character do this thing, rather than just for characters in your party do this thing, then, you know, it's just a matter of typing in a bigger number, basically. To some extent. Alright, this is so small. Alright, we're gonna go over here and do these ones. Actually, no, you know what? We're gonna... We're gonna get all of these and duplicate them upwards and then apply a different material. And you. Nope, and you. All right. And then I also actually just want to yeet these over into Oblivion. The Plains of Oblivion. Cool. All right, one more sip and then we get started. Is how you end up with Star Citizen? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I mean, that's why Star Citizen is so popular, even though it isn't even released yet, you know? Because it's like, people love the idea of a large-scale simulation that they're just like a small part of. It's like, it's almost like reverse escapism, you know? Or like, it's like escapism without the power fantasy. Because it's like, you know, like when you're like you know, when you're a kid and you go through that phase of like camping and survivalism and you're like, oh, if I got stranded on a deserted island, then like I could do this and that and this and that. It's like that sort of appeal, you know? That's the appeal of like a large-scale simulation. Is like, if, you know, if there was a zombie apocalypse, this is what I'd do. 50 odd mil, no game, just gives more money. Well, there is a game, but it's just not fully available. Actually, no, there was I saw an ad for, it's in, you can play early access now. Or something. But I mean, to be fair, 50 million isn't that much money. Like, for a video game. Like, it's obviously a lot of money for an individual, but like, $50 million is not much money in like the scale of the AAA game space. Especially if you're doing a custom engine. What do you think is going to be the next big feature Unreal Engine is going to get in the future? That's a great question. I guess there's a difference between what I think it will get and what I want it to get. But I can't actually think of what I'd want it to get. Maybe like GPU skeletal mesh instancing native would be cool. PowerDev said the initial fund was 10K. I mean, that's a different story. That's a small indie team with a relatively low scope game that can rely mostly on like prefab asset systems. You know, they can just use modular inventory extreme on the Unreal Marketplace. But I think for something like Star Citizen, where like it's a gigantic MMO where there's like supposed to be millions of players in one simulated universe or some shit, it's a little bit more complicated than that, than a single player game. $644 million? That's still not that much money. I mean, it kind of just sounds like you're envious of what they're doing. And as a disclaimer, I don't keep up to date with Star Citizen. I'm not like a Star Citizen fan, but you know. Not to weird question, asked me how many hours you work a day as a solo game dev. Like an average of 8 hours. Sometimes I take an entire week off, but then other days I do like 8 hours of streaming and then video editing and then working on stuff while I watch other people streaming game dev. None of the sliders, if it's a scam. Well, it's obviously not a scam. Because there's playable versions of the game. Also, is my... Yeah, the chat is off screen, but then here it's also off screen. That's good, that's good. All right. Playable cap. Kappa. All right, let's go. Hello and welcome to a Prismatica adjacent video where we're going to be talking about pivot painting and how I utilize it in a Prismatica plugin. We're also going to go over my pivot painting script and how you use it for, you know, different types of foliage. And also how my script differs to the, you know, the classic Unreal Pivot Painter 2.0 super complex where it like generates a texture for each thing. It's a big fucking mess. So I'm going to explain the sort of pros and cons of mine versus theirs and whatnot. So let's straight away jump into it. And the first thing to kind of talk about is what is pivot painting? Because I feel like that word gets thrown around a lot. Oops. So we're going to start off here in MS Paint. And imagine we have like a group of verts. Let's just say this is a leaf. And there's a vert in the middle. So it's like, these are the edges. We've got verts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we want... And what pivot painting is going to do is essentially tell all of these verts that they belong to this location. So we're going to paint their pivots. So essentially we just say these verts are going to pivot around this location. Now, where do we put this data? Well, usually So, how do I even put this? So in the Unreal Pivot Painter V2 thingo, they generate a little texture atlas. It's like a 16-bit texture that has like a bunch of little pixels, and they put the pivot locations in there as an RGB value. And then they change the UVs to get chucked in to like one of these little segments, you know, depending on where the pivot is and whatnot. However, in my version of pivot painting, we don't use any textures. So it means you can use one material instance among, you know, a whole group of foliage. Instead, we just draw the locations to the UV map itself. So if you don't know what a UV map is, essentially it's just a 2D coordinate. So if you don't know what a UV map is under the hood, it's basically just for each vertex, it has a two-dimensional value in, you know, a data channel called a UV channel. So the way that I do it is that we just bake the absolute value from the origin of the mesh to the absolute value of the UVs. Because UVs are stored in 32-bit, or maybe it's 16-bit, they can go below 0 and above 1. So you can have UVs that are actually like, you know, all the way out here at like, you know, 200, 169. And it's not gonna, you know, it will return that value in the material graph. So with... Oh, let me just go to the thing first. So with that in mind, we can start to do stuff like, you know, rotate these fern leaves around their pivot. And we're actually rotating all of the verts. Now, if you think about what I said earlier, you can imagine all of these verts here. I know it's kind of hard to see. But all of these verts individually are saying... But all of these verts individually have a reference to this point in local space. And so when we interact with it, we are just saying for each vertex, rotate them around this point, their pivot point. So if we go and look at these ones here, you can see that these big clumps of bushes are rotating around their own individual pivots, even though they're all one mesh. And that's because every single one of these verts in this group is saying... And that's because every single one of these verts... Oh, what's the button again? Sorry. And that's because every single one of these verts in this, like, sub-bush has a reference to this position down here relative to its... Relative to... Oh, fucking hell. Relative to its object pivot point, which is the, you know, the original static mesh origin. Local space, that's right. Let's go to, like, this one, for example. Now, you might... Now, the keen-eared among you may be wondering, well, if UVs are a two-dimensional, you know, two-dimensional coordinate, how do you get, you know, things like these leaves rotating around in three-dimensional space? And the way we do that is we actually just pack the RG into one UV channel. and then the Z goes into another UV channel. And one thing that separates my pivot system from other pivot systems, because mine is built from the ground up to work with interactive foliage, we actually paint the root of each thingo. So we actually paint the root of each group to channel 1, so the root XY. Then we also have the tip XY in another UV channel. And then we put the Z of this and that into a third UV channel. So we use 3 in total for more complex foliage. But that way we have the root location and the tip location in 3-dimensional space. Now, the reason that we want the tip to be defined is because we... There. Now, the reason that we want the tip defined is because we want to actually be able to sample the interaction render targets from not the pivot point. So you can imagine something big like this fern. We want it to bend out of the way when we're at the tip of it, or when the tip of it is affected by wind, not just when we're down near the root of it. So you can see here, all of these are... They almost look like they're bonular. They almost look skeletal. But in reality, they are just pivot painted at the root and then also at the tip, which is how we can get more complex behavior from just some, some textures that they're reading from. I'll be right back. I can hear one of the cats making noise, so I want to let it in. Hello, I'm back. All right. Where was I? What was I up to? What was I doing? Right, we're gonna look at the how to actually use the thing with the stuff. Can I move that there? Cool. All right, so if you are a Prismatascape enjoyer or Prismatascape user, you can now enjoy the full extent of my pivot painting script at no extra charge if you've already got the plugin. So if we go to the Pris Pivot Painter folder, what you'll have to do first is you'll have to run the Pivot Paint editor utility thingo. That's just going to essentially enable it. And then now whenever we right click on, you know, a mesh reference, and now whenever we click on a mesh, right click, scripted asset actions, Pris Pivot Painter, then you can see we've got a couple, a couple of commands here. We've got the assign default polygroup layers, and we've got the Prismatascape Pivot Paint. Where the fuck is it? Now, if you do want to see what this is doing under the hood, it's essentially just some geometry script stuff. Big shout out to GameDev for showing me how all of this stuff works. He basically gave me the bones of this script, and then I fleshed it out, I guess you could say. But you can just follow it from start to finish and kind of get a gist of what the hell's going on. It's a bit spaghetti, but you should never really need to look at this. Oh shit, my thing stopped recording. Hold on. Video... Wait, what's that? That's going to my SSD. Wasn't I sending these to my Z drive? Hold on. No, that was just the finals that I was sending there. Yeah. Hold on. Wait, no. Oh, fucking hell. YouTube finals. There's one called Ass. 24 minutes 31. But then where? Ramble asset flipping. Right. Well, I don't really need all of these anymore because they exist on YouTube. And they take up 1 million megabytes. Right? Yeah. I'm never gonna... will I ever need to re-upload them anywhere else? Probably not, no. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, we just yeet. Actually, hold on, no. Let me... let me make a backup of them at some point. But I want to change my streaming capture to... output... Recording path I cannot change because I am streaming. Right, so I have to just clear space first. Right, anything captured... What's this? A 5-minute... 5-minute thing. I feel like that's just an accidental recording. So anything before that can just get Jotun. 108 items are too big to recycle. You want to fucking hope they are. Alright, now how much space do I have? 230 gigabytes. That should keep me going for a bit. Where did this one end? If you are a Prismatica enjoyer, or Prismatica user, you can now enjoy the full extent of my pivot painting, how all of this stuff works. He basically gave me the bones of this script, and then I fleshed it out, I guess you could say. But you can just follow it from start. Okay. You're a good girl. What good cats. If you make a rumble, you can back up all YouTube. What's a rumble? Is that some Zoomer thing? Look at that cat. That's right. Alternative YouTube. Gotcha. Let me just change my mic filters. I feel like my expander is a bit too hard. Expand dong. Also, this tune is annoying. There we go. All right. Back to recording. But you guys won't need to worry about this. You're never going to be looking at this part of it. You're just going to be running the scripts. So, how do we run the scripts to set things up for Prismatica usage? Well, first things first, we find the asset. Let's do something more complex to start off with. So we're going to be doing this one. So we're going to right-click on the asset in the browser. Keep in mind you can do this for multiple assets at once. So if you have 20 different variations of the same type of thing, you can just bulk select and right-click scripted asset. You can just right-click scripted asset actions, Pivot Painter, and do them all at once. We're just going to do this one for now. So we're going to right-click this. We're going to go to the Pivot Painter, and we're going to do Prismatica Assign Default Poly Group Layers. We also want to tick Secondary is one big fella, and click OK. So now if we go into the modeling tools in the Unreal 5 modeling suite, we're going to go down to Attributes, and we're going to go to Paint Polygroups. Now you can see in the default polygroup, which is index -1, we have all of our leaves. It's based on the UV islands of there. These are all just generated based on the UV islands of UV index 0. So for 99% of things, this should just work perfectly fine. And then if we go to the next polygroup that was generated, this is they're all just the one polygroup. Now I will show you around just the relevant settings inside here. So there's a tick box down here called Show Hit Groups and also Show All Groups, which will just show the numbers for each polygroup when you hover over them or when you aren't hovering over them. And then you also want to change Action Brush to Fill, which is just going to fill the entire group that you click on, or that yeah. You also might want to turn on volumetric mode for some other things, which basically lets you paint in a sphere. So if I did this here and erased them all, it's going to erase all of the connected ones that I touched. I'm going to undo that. But for right now, we're just going to be using fill on connected mode, and we've got all our thingos right here. And all we need to do to make something work with Prismatica is we need to paint the stem to group 0. So if we hold shift and click, that will remove the poly group, which turns it into group 0. You could also go set group and set it to 0 that way, but it's quicker to just shift click it. Okay, we're going to hit accept. We don't have to worry about the secondary group. We'll kind of go over that later. And now this is ready to be painted with the Prismatica script. So let's just get this material here. And we're just going to go into it. This is just one of my debug materials. So we're just going to yeet everything out of it. We're going to go pivot data 3D. And we're going to get the gradient. This is just so we can debug what the hell is going on. The gradient is just a gradient from root to tip for each group. So we're just going to hit OK. This will look better in unlit mode. And before we start, let me just unthingize this. Let's just go to UVs and just remove the UVs from this particular model. Remove selected. Cool. Okay, now you can see that it is a bit of a mess. So you can see here, this is completely blank. It's, you know, it's all good to go. So what we're going to do, we're going to right-click on the asset, scripted asset actions, Pivot Painter, Prismatica, Pivot Paint. Bam. Now you can see we've got this little dialog box. The polygroup layer index that we're working with at the moment is -1, which is the default. We don't need to auto-gen polygroups because we've already done that. This is just there so that you can quickly do like grass and other small foliage things without having to run both scripts. We do want to assign UV pivots. Bam. The pivot foliage type for this kind of mesh is a bush. You can see here in this drop-down menu, I've got like little, in brackets, what they kind of do. So a bush is 3 UV channels, pivot XYZ, root to tip, radial XY from center. We're going to click that. Starting UV channel is usually 2. All of my material functions are set up to work from channel 2 to channel 4. If you need to change it because you've got data in channel 2 already, then you'll have to go through and change the UV channels that are in the Prismatica pivot data material functions. But that's not a big deal. Now, we can choose to paint vertex color right now. We can also just do vertex color in a separate pass. But for now, let's just do it this way because we're going to be using the root to tip mask the same as the pivots. I'll kind of explain what I mean by that in one of the next foliage examples. If we are vertex painting, if so, what channel? The R channel is the default. We want to assign pivots based on stem. Now, this will make things take like a few seconds to actually calculate, but it does make it way more accurate because it's going to compare for each vertex of each group. It will compare it against every vertex in the stem and then it will choose the vertex of that group that is the lowest distance to any of the stem verts as that group's pivot point. That was a bit of a mouthful, but most of the time you'll just want to use this if you're doing a bush where things need to be close to the stem. Lastly, we've got this use absolute vertex paint distance. So this is like, rather than vertex painting it from the root to the tip with a 0 to 1 gradient, we can paint it from the root to a distance past the tip with like an absolute value, which basically results in smaller leaves being painted darker overall whereas the bigger leaves are painted, 0 to 1. So you might need to toy around with this a few times. Let's just set it to 80 for now. And we've also got this setting here. This is something that Sovereign told me about, but apparently nanite meshes, their UVs are really fricky. So something that you have to do if you're using nanite is you have to divide the pivot locations by 1,000 and then multiply them by 1,000 in the material side of things. Otherwise, they'll be completely inaccurate. So that's just something, if you are using nanite, you'll probably want to have that ticked. Anyway, we can click OK. That's going to go through. It's going to do its thing. You can see that the pivots have been painted properly. We've got, this one here, root to tip, blah, 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 blah. It looks like all of these have been done really well as well, which is surprising. Sometimes it doesn't work that well. And then if we go back into this material and we get our vertex color, and we just plug that into here, click save, then you can see that our vertex color, we might have overdone it with the distance, but you can see that, yes, there is vertex color in the red channel. Let me just put that in for comparison. You know what? Let's go back and do this pivot paint. On second thought, let's just go back into the pivot painter. This time we're not going to assign UV pivots because we've already done that. We're going to use bush mode. We are going to do vertex paint, yes. We are going to assign the pivots based on the stem, and we're just going to do this down to like 60 units. So that will just go through and only vertex paint it instead of assigning the UV pivots. So if we switch this back to the bush WPO example, like this, we hit play. Oops. Fuck. Here we go. Now if we hit play, then you can see that, this is acting very good. It looks great. It's interacting with our textures based on the tips of the leaves. Reacts with the wind, individual leaves react to the wind, and also just overall, the whole thing reacts to wind. And it was that simple. It only took us 5 minutes, but remember, you can do this in bulk. So let's go through another example of some more complex assets. Let's take these little fellas here, for example. Control B. So, if we go here, how can I... Okay, let's just put that on it first. Alright, so we've applied our debug material to these fellas. We're going to start with the root to tip gradient of our pivot stuff first. So let's... you know what? Let me just delete the data first. Right, so first up, I'm just going to remove the UV channels that... Oh. So first up, I'm just going to remove the UV channels so we're working from scratch, just for the example's sake. Cool. Okay, so for something like this little foliage here, what we want to do is we probably want to pivot paint it from root to tip per clump, because we don't really care about the individual rotation of each little leaf. The other thing about my pivot painting script is that it doesn't deal with hierarchical pivots the way that like a texture-based one works. So our maximum hierarchy is if it's a single stemmed bush that has a single level of branches that we want to be interactable. Anything beyond that, like trees and stuff, isn't going to work with this pivot method. The reason we can do one level of hierarchy is because we can presume that... Where's the button? Is because we can presume that the initial rotation point is the object pivot point. And then we can rotate the other pivots around that pivot, which we'll get into in a little bit. So, back to this foliage here. We are going to right-click on the asset. We're going to go Scripted Asset Actions. We are going to do Assign Default Polygroup Layers. Secondary is one big fella, yes. And now we go to Modeling Tools, Paint Polygroups, and first thing we do is we zero out the stems in Group Number Default. So we're just going to go to the stems. We tell them all to get the freak out of here. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, there we go. So that's all of the stems painted out. And then we want to go into the secondary group. And we actually want to paint each clump of these in its own group. So we're going to go to the volumetric mode, like this. And you can just press Shift-Q to select a new group. And we're going to paint everything, including the stem, to be this group for this, you know, this clump. Just going to make sure I get all of them. Otherwise, this will not work. Cool. Shift-Q, next group. Go here. Da-da-da. Cool. Shift-Q, next group. Do that. Painting number 4. We get that. That's all good. Shift-Q again. Bam, bam, bam. And Shift-Q. Last one. Bam, bam, bam. That looks pretty good. All right, we hit accept. So now if we right-click this asset, we go to Pris Pivot Painter, we go to the Pivot Paint script. We want to do our pivots in group number 0, which is the second one. So -1 is the default, 0 is the first extended polygroup layer. We do want to assign UV pivots, and we want to assign these as clumps, which means that it's just going to do it from bottom to top rather than middle to out. Starting UV channel 2, we don't want to paint the vertex colors. We'll get into that right afterwards. And that's all we need to do. So we click OK. That's going to pivot paint these from root to tip. So you can see our debug gradient is correct. If we now go back into here and we go to our vertex color, then... yeah, well, fucking duh. Let me just... let me just pause real quick. Let me just... Can you delete vertex color? Let me just, like, do something dumb, like, paint vertex color, absolute distance 0.1. There we go. So now it's time to do the vertex color for these clumps. But we don't want the vertex color to be from root to tip. We actually want it to be the individual leaves. So we're going to right-click, Pris Pivot Painter, Pivot Paint. We're going to use the default polygroup layer, which is the one where all of the leaves have their own group, and we painted the stems to 0. We're not going to assign UV pivots. We're going to paint this as a bush, which is from middle to outer. And we're going to paint vertex color, yes. In the R channel, we are going to assign pivots based on stem, which also applies to the vertex painting stuff. And then use absolute vertex paint. We'll do like a 25 unit. So if we hit OK, you can see that this actually goes through and paints the stems to 0, and then the leaves that are coming out of the stems from 0 to 1, or, 0 to higher than 0. because we're using an absolute distance, then the smaller leaves get painted darker, which means that they're going to flop around less when we, apply wind to them. So now if we go back to these and we go to the WPO example medium clumps, or maybe these were flowers? Flowers? WPO? Yeah, I think they were flowers, not clumps. Same deal, same thing. And now if we go to these, you can see that they all rotate independently of one another, even though they're all in the same mesh. And then you can also see that the leaves, they kind of wiggle around because they are vertex painted. Which, is always good. So you can kind of use vertex paint as like a secondary pivot by just moving the verts around, but multiplied by the vertex color, so that, only the tips of them move. So that's another way that you can deal with the foliage with the pivot painter. These ones here are done the exact same way that these are done. So they're just all, they're pivot painted from root to tip. What the fuck am I trying to say? So these ones here are done the exact same as these ones over here. They've got their own individual clumps, which are in the secondary polygroup, and then the leaves are vertex painted from root to tip, and that's why we get this little jiggle around the edges of the leaves. This one here is done the same as this example, where we did 3D pivots for, the individual leaves and whatnot. This fern is a bit of an outlier, because it doesn't need to be three-dimensional, so we can use the fern mode, which only does one UV channel. It saves a little bit of data and whatnot, but it just has just the tips, and it uses the origin as the root point. Also, Animatorlog, thank you very much for the resub. 24 months, that's 2 years. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. This guy's crazy. Sorry, girl. Hold on. Oop. There we go. You're a funny girl. Also, I want to grab the leaves real quick. And also the grass. Pardon me. Do these use a 3D yet? Probably not. No. Alright, lastly but not leastly, you might want to be pivot painting your grass. Now, grass is a bit easier. If it is like simple, short grass, then all we need to do is right-click on this. We go Scripted Asset Actions, Prism Pivot Painter. We don't have to assign the default polygroups because we can just click this tick box here, which will auto-gen polygroups. We're going to assign UV pivots as grass, which just uses one UV channel with a pivot XY at the base. Starting UV channel 2, we do want to paint vertex color. Yes, we do want to paint vertex color, and if so, what channel? The R channel. We don't want to do absolute units, so we just click OK. Now you can see that this has been painted from root to tip. And if we go to the root locations in world space, or let's just get our text coords, and we'll go to channel 2. If we put that into the base color, oops, fuck, what have I done? There you go. If we put that if we put the UVs into the base color, you can see that from the origin point, it's saying, yeah, this one is in, you know, red direction and negative green direction, and these ones are in positive both directions, and these ones are in negative both directions. So that's another way that you can just check that things are actually working. Now, another funky little use case is if you wanted to have, like, debris, like interactable debris, so like fallen leaves and sticks and dead grass on the ground. There's also a method for that. So if we right-click this, scripted asset actions, Pris Pivot Painter, blah, blah, blah. You can auto-gen polygroups. You can assign UV pivots. You want to do these as debris, which is similar to the grass, but it will get the center of the cards to use as the pivot. And it can also vertex paint them from center to not center. So debris, starting UV channel 2, may as well paint the vertex color. Assign pivots based on stem, don't need to do that. Blah, blah, blah. Click OK, and it just went ahead and did that. If we look at the vertex color, then it should have painted them from middle to outer. If it has polys in the middle, which I don't think these ones do. I think they're just, yeah, they're just square cards. So, pretty bad example there, but it does work. It will choose the middle of them. So, like, if I now go and do the fallen leaf example material, and then we, so then if we hit play, we have a look at this one. You can see that these leaves are, they're not like distorting like they would if we were using like individual vertex WPO. They're all moving like as a group. So there's no like distortion when we, you know, shuffle them around and whatnot. The wind does distort them. So you can see the difference between when they are per vertex, which is, you know, they kind of expand and do weird shit, versus when we just move them with our feet, where they're actually using the pivots. So that is basically the script explained, as well as what pivot painting is. I'm not sure if there's much more for me to cover. Actually, let me redo that. So that is how... So far we've covered what pivot painting is. We've covered how to use the Prismatica Pivot Painter plugin script with a few examples and whatnot. Lastly, we're just going to kind of brush over how I implement the pivot stuff in the materials in the Prismatica plugin. So let's just jump back in. And if you are in the test level, you can actually click on all of these ones here, and they have an example material. All of these examples here use what I call easy mode material functions, which are just presets that I use in Prismatica. So, for example, if we go into the fern and we double-click this, and we double-click this, and now we're in this material, what we want to look for is the Pris Large Flat Fern WPO. And so we can double-click this, and this is all of the WPO logic for a large flat fern. First thing you'll notice is that I'm sampling the pivots twice, which you might think is like, why do you need the pivots twice? And why are you sampling the interaction textures twice each? The reason for that is because if your fern is really big, let's just say it's like this big, right? You need to like quadruple sample this fern. But if we just go to this, you'll see that we can interact with it here. So about 40% along it. And then also again at 75%. But in between them, we're not getting any interaction, you know? So the reason that we double sample is because a reasonably sized fern, which is maybe like, you know, maybe we'll like go double scale. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, let me just run back over. So with this reasonably sized fern, it is still very large. But the, you know, the interaction bubble around a character is usually like a radius of 30. So even if we go like in between these interaction points, one of them's at 75%, the other is at 40%, we can just get the average between both of them and apply, you know, the rotation based on that. So this is kind of what gives the fern a more bonular feel, or a more skeletal feel, because we're sampling the interaction at multiple points and getting the average value of that. So that's why, like, if I'm near the tip, then it moves, or if I'm near the middle of it, it still moves. And if I go, like, right in the right, and then if I go right in the middle, they all squish downwards, because we can also sample the object pivot point to do some funny stuff. So, yeah. So, there. So, again, just running through that WPO function, we get the interaction bubbles, and we use those RG values to bend, or sorry, to push with the foliage pivot pusher, which just pushes foliage sideways based on the push amount, which is from those interaction bubbles. Now, the pivot point is just the roots location, and the pivot direction is just the pivot direction, which is the roots minus the tip normalized. The reason we put the direction in here is because here we go. So the reason we need to input the direction is so that we know which way to rotate the fern leaves based on like where, what the world space interaction bubble, you know, let me just fucking get the interaction bubble in here. Actually, let me just add it to here. There we go. Sorry, minor setback. There you go. So now I've actually got the bubble visible, but I've also forgotten what the hell I was talking about. What was I even... Does anyone remember what I was talking about? Oh, right. So we're getting the direction or the color of our bubble, and we're dotting that against the world space direction of the fern, and that's how we know which way to rotate it, based on, you know, the strength of that dot product. If we approach it from this way, then it won't, you know, it won't bend until it detects, you know, a sort of directionality. That's the wrong thing. All right, so on top of the pivot pusher, so also going into the pivot pusher, we just add the wind vector, the wind velocity, and so the wind will bend those fern leaves out of the way, you know, the same way that the bubble would. Then down here, we have the foliage wiggler, which, as it says on the tin, wiggles foliage. We put in the pivot point, which is the root points. The random seed you can just get from the pivot data. It essentially just uses the tip locations and adds them together and then fracks that. And that just gives us a random 0 to 1 value. That's just so they don't all wiggle the exact same way all the time. And so going into the foliage wiggler, we have the interaction bubble velocity. So basically, as we move around, our bubble will kind of write a velocity that like fades out quicker. So that will cause it to jiggle. And then we also just use the wind velocity again to make it wiggle. So I need to move the player over to the fucking... You know what? I'm going to do that right now. There we go. Oh, that's not... What the fuck? Hello? Hello? Player. Huh? Did I delete? Oh. I must have hit delete instead of end. Alright. So, if we go back to the ferns and we... You know, let's say we, like, push one out of the way. You can see that it isn't jiggling more than its ambient jiggle from the wind. But if I jump, you can see that it will, like, jiggle a lot more. Same as if I just, like, run past it, it will jiggle kind of like crazy. And then again, if we use wind... Wait, why is the wind... Okay, the wind is working now. So now if we use the wind, you can see the wind moves it out of the way and also causes it to jiggle. So that's how all that works. All right, one... Oh, I need to hit play. Let me just drink water first because my voice is dying. All right, we'll go through one more example. This one is probably one of the more complex ones, and that is the big single-stemmed bushes WPO example. So if we actually jump into here, you can see that this one's a bit long. It's a long boy. And it's doing some... I mean, the inputs are quite simple, but it does some funky stuff here that will kind of take some MS Paint diagrams to explain. So, first of all, we are sampling the wind and the interaction bubbles at the pivot point. So, at the origin point of the mesh, which is coincidentally where that middle stem is. Then we are doing a foliage wiggler based on the wind and the bubble velocity. So that will jiggle, or sorry, that will wiggle the entire thing. So when we bump into it, the whole thing wiggles around. And when we blow wind on it, the whole thing wiggles around like that. The other thing we do is... This is kind of where it gets a little bit more Then we also do this, which I'll talk about in a second. But for each individual leaf, we use the pivot pusher, which we saw in the fern. So that rotates things, you know, around sideways. And into the foliage pivot pusher, we are putting in the wind and the bubbles again. But they are sampling the tip locations of the individual leaves. So if we go here, we go to these leaves, we go near the tip, you can see that they are now interacting, you know, based on the tip location. Very cool. And you can also see that, yeah, they jiggle around when they're affected by the wind. or if we run past them, you know, they'll all jiggle independently. Or sorry, they'll be pivot pushed independently. We also do the same thing with the jiggle, so the bubble velocity. So for the wiggler, for the individual leaves, we're, again, using the bubble velocity and the wind, and then they all just get added together and whatnot. So this is where it gets a little bit more complex. We have this function called the foliage pusher downer, which is basically made just for these types of meshes. And this is what pushes the foliage down. So you can see these leaves, when I get on top of them, they get pushed down. But you can see they move sideways, but then they get pushed down as they kind of move across the character. Like this. So they kind of look very bonular. And this is where things get a little bit extra. So over here, we have this foliage bender, which is foliage bending. How do I even put this? So here we have like a... So here we have the foliage bender, which bends the overall bush side to side based on, you know, the interaction bubble and the wind. And we add that to the wiggler. But then something that we're doing down here is we're adding the WPO from earlier to the tip location. So we're essentially saying sample the textures from where the tips would be if this WPO was already applied. And then we do our pivot pusher and our wiggler. And then after that, we add that WPO onto the tip locations and then sample the interaction bubbles from that point to then do our foliage pusher downer. So you can imagine, here's our bush like this. We've got the foliage, you know, all the leaves and stuff. And it's saying, hey, this is where... Bleh. And so this is saying, hey, this is where the tip is. This is where we want to sample the texture from. However, if the bush was bent over, like this, then that pivot point that we're sampling from needs to move. So we have to apply the WPO to that pivot point so that then the sample knows that it is occurring here. And then also when the leaves get bent sideways, then we also want to sample it from there for the foliage pusher downer. So basically you can add the world position offset to the pivot points to essentially like sample from the visual location rather than their real location. Another example of this is... Fuck, where was it? Is it in here? Clumps? Clumpy clumps? Bender. Yeah. So another example of this is in our clumps. Now, one thing that happens with these clumps or with the flowers is that we can permanently or semi-permanently depress them with our feet. So you can see these get bent over like that. But then we sample the bubble from the tip. So you can see here, they still get interacted with when they're fully bent over in that direction. So the way that we do this, and this is, it's similar, but this is actually more accurate to do it this way. we sample the trample deform, which is like the feet hitting the ground, you know, like the grass deform, essentially. And we then do a foliage bender, which has the same settings as the foliage bender over here. So you can see that the max bend angle is 66 degrees. You just got to make sure that they have the same settings. But over here, instead of bending the world position, which is the individual verts of the mesh, we're actually bending the tip locations around their pivot points. So this might be going way over your head, but I figure it's still worth explaining so it's like, you know, in the back of your mind. So we essentially do the trample deform, we do the bender over here using the trample deform. No, we don't. Hold on. Yeah, we do. No, we don't. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Oh, you know, it's the same one. Fuck. Wait, no, hold on. Hold on, I've got this. Just give me a sec. Bender, WPO output, that gets sampled. Sample the stuff. Wait, where do I then sample the bend amount? Right, I bring it out here, and that one gets added. Okay. Also, I'm gonna have to move you for a sec. I need to reposition. Oh. Darklaw, sorry, I'm filming a video right now. I was in the zone. Wondering, is your plugin working with runtime Vertex Paint? It doesn't use it. It doesn't need to. And there's no, like, compatibility between them, if that makes sense. Like, they don't need to talk to each other in any way. Unless you've got a specific use case that, that you have in mind. Alright, where the hell was I with this? You want to paint water, for example. You want to paint water to do what exactly? Angora super broken with Prismatica. Oh, true. Because the bones still exist, don't they? So you'd... Oh, because they get Wait. Do they get scaled? Environmental system like in Divinity Original Sin 2. Okay, but you still haven't, like, explained the use case. Do you mean like the level creation side of things? Like you want to be able to paint water in your level? Or do you want to put water on the ground, like when you apply water and you know, the fire and like the area effects and stuff? Puddle on ground. Gotcha. For that, you'd probably want to... You'd probably want to do what they do. Which is they use cells. And... Because it's gameplay driven, right? My system is purely visual. There's no way to get data from the simulations. You can only write data to the simulations. You can't read from them. You can read from the runtime vertex paint plugin. You can read the vertex data. It's not cheap, but you can do it. But you'll run into issues with, like, adding and subtracting vertex color from the environment. So something like that is very complex. You'd need to program it in a way that is visuals, gameplay first, visual second. I already have it working with vertex paint. Well, if you've got it working with vertex paint, then yeah, then you're all good. If you mean like the puddle interaction with my system, yes, you could use... Does changing the vertex paint update the RVT? If the runtime virtual texture can get updated from changing the vertex color, I guess you could do a workaround of just like moving the mesh back and forth by one unit. That would then force the RVT to update. But yes, you could paint these puddles using the runtime vertex paint tool, and then have the interaction in Prismatica. Yes, correct. Yeah, I finally get where this was going. So like here, I'm just painting in the blue channel or one of the channels, I can't remember, to be like, hey, there's a puddle here now. And then if I go here, then, you know, I can now interact with this puddle and the boundaries are all correct. Because we're writing the vertex color channel into the runtime virtual texture output, which then gets read in the... Where's my plugin? Here it is. Render target. Water. Here you go. Yeah, which gets read in here in the Niagara system. So if we go to... Why does that not show up as water? Huh? Okay, it might be broken at the no, that's fine, but why is it not... Where are the boundaries? I'll fix it, but you can see that it is working. Don't know why the debug isn't showing up, though. So yeah, that should work. And if you need any extra help with it after you've watched all the documentation and stuff, just post in the Discord Prismatica help tickets forum section. And I'll be able to help you out with it. Yo, it's a donut. Any donut enjoyers? Alright. Now, a script to paint it at runtime. Oh, there's already a plugin that does that. It's called the Runtime Vertex Paint and Detection plugin for $20, I think. It's very good. It's a staple plugin. Adamski, that's cool. Thank you. Sov, tried adding global wind into the Niagara sim. Oh, into the Niagara sim, but I have no idea what's going on with his blood magnet. Probably have to ask you a ton of questions. Yeah, so I would have advised against putting global wind into the Niagara sim and instead put the wind into your shaders. So, like, for example, this little foliage here. We've got the WPO thing, and it's got a global wind input. And I'm just doing this thing here, which is like, you know, just wind waves with, like, multiplied by a direction. And then in the material itself, wherever we sample the wind, we just add the global wind input vector. So, like, if I got this and multiplied it by 10, then this will always be acting like it's, like, really being blown by the wind in accordance with the, you know, whatever the wind effect was doing to it, if that makes sense. So if that was 0, then there would be no ambient wind on it. But it would still be getting affected by the, you know, the wind simulation. But then we just add on top of it, you know, an ambient direction. So that's just like a 2-vector. Oops, shit. So if I just put in a 2-vector into this, you know, negative 0.1 in the material side of things, then it will just be blowing in that direction. Sorry, Gil. Does that kind of make sense? And all this function's doing is just generating, like, wind waves. Like, pressure waves. Kind of like how your grass works. And then just feeds that into the global wind input. So, like, if I had, like, a big field... let me see. Let's just get this one. Foliage mode. Just yeet. Oh, God. Get that. Foliage mode. Yeet you into there. Grab this and just... let's go even denser than that. Okay, maybe not that dense. Okay, cool. Let me just go to this mode. So you can see that, like... It's like, yeah, like they're being affected by the wind in waves. I don't know how well you can see it with my low bit rate, but... Well, actually, if I put the strength up a bit... Times 3. Whenever I blew wind in the opposite direction of the global wind, there was a lot of flipping back and forth between them. True. Because it would be cancelling it out, kind of. Well, no, it should work pretty well here. Yeah, that looks fine. It might be to do with how you were determining your rotation axis. If you were doing it, like, with your existing shader. If that makes sense. So, like, if, also, let me just delete this real quick. Nice. Here we go. So the way I do it, so if we go to the bender, bender, here, So we put in the world space vector, like, RG. And then in here, we have to... This is kind of... You basically rotate it by 90 degrees, right? So, like, let's say we're looking at it from above, and we want it to bend this way. Then it means that we're rotating it around this axis. Do you know what I mean? Like if we want to rotate something around the Z, or if we want to rotate something in Z space, so rotate it around this way, then we're rotating it around the up vector. And then I append a very small up value and then normalize it again. And this protects it from ever, like, you know, normalizing 0. Which, like, if this wasn't there, then it would just disappear in, like, the preview window and stuff. Or, like, if foliage ever disappears, it's usually because it's rotating around a 0 axis. Which kind of makes sense, I guess. And so then so that's to get the rotation axis, and then the rotation angle is just determined by the length of the input multiplied by the angle, or the maximum angle in the doodad. And then the pivot point is the pivot point, and the position is the position. And then that should just be the WPO output. So that way, even if we add a bunch of different vectors together, like the global wind and the... what's it called? So you let the rotation axis between the two, or would you have to slurp it? No, I just add them together. So the foliage bender RG value is just made up of adding the interaction bubble vector field and velocity and the wind velocity. So they all just get added together. So, like, if I'm on top of this, it will bend over, but then if I add wind to it, it gets added on top of that. Or if the wind was going in the other... if the wind was going in this direction, but I was bending it in that direction, then they add together and kind of cancel out almost. And then once we add the global wind, it's just saying, yeah, bend over in that direction slightly. But then I can still, like, seamlessly apply wind and, you know, punch it and whatnot. Where to find the background music? Just Google old school RuneScape soundtrack. You can download all of the MIDI files from the OSRS wiki, I think. There's like 700 songs. And I've just got them all playing in a random shuffle. Right, what was the last thing I filmed? Let me just open up my captures. Essentially. But, fuck, wait, no, hold on. That gets... How do I then... over here, using the trample deform. Right, I was doing these ones. These ones, there we go. Also, I'll be right back. I need to get this cat off me and give it some food. I'm back. And I am eating an Oreo. Delicious. All right. So let's go back into here. And we go to here. We go to here. Okay. So inside our Pris _ small flowers WPO easy mode function, we are getting our pivot data. We've got our roots here. We've got our tips here. But we are rotating the tips around the pivot. So in this case, rather than just adding the actual WPO, we're actually just rotating the tip locations themselves. And then that is then our new tip location, where we then sample the wind and the water and the interaction bubbles. So this bending here is being done by the trample deform, because that's kind of like a permanent, permanent deform mask. And then over this side, we have the actual foliage bender, which is bending the world position. So the actual, the actual vertex locations. So this is what's actually doing the real WPO. But then over here, this is just bending the pivot points using like basically the same, calculation. Same, but different. So then this bender here is comprised of the wind, as usual, also the interaction bubbles, but these wind and interaction bubbles are being sampled at the location of the new tip location. But then we're also adding the trample deform sampled from the pivot location, which then gets added into it and, does all its usual stuff. So if we actually look, let me just change these to be trampled like, 90 degrees or something, so we can really see what's going on. Oop. But if we look at them, we can trample them. Let me just, I can just do this. So these have been trampled all the way down. That trampling is being sampled from the root location. But then when we go and walk past them, they move being sampled at the tip location. So hopefully that makes some sense. It is a little bit advanced and, borderline unnecessary, but I just figured it's a nice touch that, even if some flowers or some grass or some bushes are like, completely bent over, we still want them to feel interactive, which would then require them to be, interacted upon at their tip location. So this is why sometimes you'll want the root and tip specified, even if it's something simple like grass, where, you could just get away with painting the root only. Alright, what else do I need to explain about the pivot stuff? I think that's it. I think that's the whole shebang. Yeah, I think that was all of it. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I mean, I could just go through every single example, but that will take like 5 hours. Hmm. Alien Z, hello. So your Marketplace asset video the other day, and the main giveaway on how to use them in a game and make them feel cohesive with some sort of stylization. Unfortunately, my game aims for realistic style. I've got some Quixel Marketplace assets that, while photorealistic, sometimes I feel lack coherence from one another. Do you have any suggestions? That is a great question. When you have, like, photorealistic things that still don't vibe together. I guess the first thing to do is to kind of figure out why they don't match each other. Is it like the textures are at different resolutions? Or, like, you know, is it the poly count difference between the assets? It could be something as simple as, like, the color. Like, maybe the colors of some assets are more vibrant than other colors. So, like, you know, let's say you've got, like, some foliage, and, like, some of them are, like, really vibrant green, whereas some of them are more, like, you know, Dark Souls kind of, you know, washed out colors. And, like, both of them would be correct in their own sort of situation, but together they look completely different. So that will kind of be where what I'd be questioning first, is, like, why do they not vibe together? Why does this crate not go with this table, I guess? And then that should sort of point you in the direction of, you know, how do I fix this thing? Fel, do you have any recommendations for channels that help you with modeling your characters and armor's outfits? No, I didn't actually follow any specific videos. I kind of just doodled around with Blender for ages, and just kind of figured it out that way. All of my modeling, like character modeling, is very utilitarian. Like, I have no artistic skill whatsoever, but I know how armor, like arms and armor, operate. And that, you know, so basically I can just, like, take the base character model and create clothes and armor from that model, because I know, you know, what a shirt looks like, or what a breastplate is supposed to look like in relation to a human body. So yeah, unfortunately I don't know any specific videos that would help out. Other than just, you know, searching Blender tutorial on YouTube. Okay, so I think that's everything to do with the pivot painting explanation stuff. Mostly. Yeah, you know, let's just say that's it, I reckon. So that is the Prismatica pivot painter script, and also what is pivot painting, general overview, and also some examples of how we can use, you know, pivot painting to achieve certain effects, and how we can, like, rotate existing pivots to then sample at the visual location of where this pivot would be to then do the interaction in an extra... very complex, but hopefully this sort of points you in a few directions. And also there is always the easy mode functions that I've made for my project. So if you use the Pris Pivot Painter, you know, in the way that I've kind of showed you earlier, you can just try out all the different ones and find one that works. And I'll be adding more and more of them as I go, as I have more different foliage types to make WPO functions for. So I hope you learned enough from this video. Oh, I should have gone over the normals thing. No, they'll see that in the doodads. That's fine. So I hope that this got you started. I hope this gets you far enough along that you can, you know, figure out the system. I know I haven't done a great job at explaining it, because it is all convoluted, to say the least. So thanks very much for watching. Hope you have fun with the Prismatica plugin, and with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. There we go. Video filmed. Clap, 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 clap. Go team. Also, the stream's not over. That's just the video. Video number 1 filmed. Completed. Completely filmed. Filmed it. I can put these back on screen for a sec. You're correct. It's unfortunately very hard for me to figure out why, but that's what I'm struggling with, really. It feels okay most of the time while playing, but at times you really notice it, but I still don't get what's wrong. Yeah. I mean, you could ask people. If you post, like, a screenshot in our Discord and be like, hey, guys, you know, I've got these different asset packs, but I feel like there's something, you know, wrong with them. Can anyone point me in the right direction? Because I think definitely having, like, a visual example would be good. And getting other people's opinions and stuff. But, I mean, if you don't notice it while playing, then that's probably good enough. I mean, sometimes you got to put yourself in the player's shoes, you know? Like, is a player going to notice that there's something disparate between these two assets? Because, like, a player is focused on playing the game, whereas you, as the developer, you know that these are from 2 different packs, and that they're, you know that, like, this one's, like, a slightly lower resolution than that one, and that kind of thing. Because you've got, like, the insider knowledge, so there's probably a bias there. Like, a confirmation bias. Is it okay if I play gameplay clip in there? Yeah, absolutely. You can put it in the on topic or get help section. anywhere there would be fine. Overthink. I'm using module pieces of a character you're to form. What the hell's going on here? All right. Deformed components seem to only get the main skelly and nothing else, making it where my main skeleton's the only thing interacting. Any solutions? What else would need to be interacting other than the main skeleton? You know? The character component pulls from the specified mesh, which by default is just the first skelly mesh in the actor. And then it'll just be using get socket location. Yeah, if you can specify... So head, legs, and arms are all separate. Head is the main scale. Right. But do... Fuck. But is the head... Do they all share the same skeleton? Like, skeleton asset. They do. Okay. So even if it's grabbing just the head, it should be able to still get socket location. And get the positions and stuff. Have you changed, like, the bone names? Or, like, in the component? So, like, make a child component, or, like, in the component instance on your character. You've got to go through and, if it's not using the default Unreal 4 skeleton, you might have to change the bone names. Okay, you have done that. That's good. So why wouldn't it be getting the positions? Unless the bones are being culled from the head. Is it using, like, are you using master pose component to, like, make them all sync up animation-wise? And if so, what is the master in the thingo? Because you'd want to be using that one as the thinger. So they're replacing the head with legs and away with nothing else. Oh, and the legs worked, but nothing else did? So if it gets the legs, then the legs work. Yeah, it must be that... Leader is a head. Gotcha. But if you replace the head with legs, then the legs were drawing the capsules and stuff. So, like, if you go... Oh. So, yeah, you were seeing the capsules on the legs, but not anywhere else. Okay. So I probably assume that the mesh culls any bones that aren't weighted to, and therefore can't get their socket locations. That's weird. My solution for the time being would be to have a dummy mesh as the leader. Like an invisible, empty base mesh and then everything can lead off of that. So that all of the bones are not culled. Which might be a good idea anyway, but I don't know. Tried to use 2 deformers, but it didn't work. Yeah, I mean, you could if you manually assigned the, like just on begin play, get component 1, set mesh, or set scaly mesh, or whatever the variable is. Set that to be, you know, the head, and then for number 2, set that one to be the arms, and the other one to be the legs, and that kind of stuff. It would be more expensive, but, you know, didn't work, already tried. Okay, okay. Oh, it might be that it happens on a delay because of race conditions. Hold on. Components, deform, component character. Begin play, immediately set scaly mesh as owner, get scaly mesh component. Bam. Yeah. It should work. You would just have to maybe do like a delay of half a second on the character to then set the scaly mesh thingo. What if I add fake sockets to the main scale on the arms and legs? Would that work? Potentially, but they also might not be animated. They might just exist like in the T-pose pose. Because if the bones are culled, they're not going to be animated. Because like if it's just the head and there's nothing else on that mesh, then it might just be saying, okay, we've got the head and everything that would be affecting the position of the head, which would be the spine down to the pelvis or the root or whatever. And only evaluating the animation for those bones to get the head position so that then they can all sync up together. Because like the head mesh doesn't need to evaluate the arms rotations because that's not its job. So yeah, I haven't worked with master pose before. So yeah, if you're the guinea pig, that would be fantastic because then we can just point people in the right direction if they're having the same issue. So yeah, try the sockets thing. If that doesn't work, then I would use a dummy mesh as your leading pose. So just like, you know, a full body character, but it would be hidden, so it wouldn't be rendered, but it would be the one evaluating the anim BP and whatnot, and the others would just follow it. And that way all of its bones are going to be, you know, updated and whatnot, and you should be able to get their location and velocities and all that. Alright, what's the next video? I need to do the patch notes video. Let me just do... Oh, it's because when I do draw water, the alpha channel... Alright, water normals, da-da-da-da-da. Alpha was water surface. It should be water surface plus... this and max them over one another. Nazar Buiko, hello, hello. Do you think there's any way to make a wind effect from explosion affecting grass? Like make it bend when explosion or whatever effect spawns by using textures? Because I don't know how to do that. Well, you have joined the perfect stream because that's literally what my plugin does. So like if we go over here, nope, over here, you can see there's an explosion that happens and it makes the grass bend over. Pew. Like that. So yes, you can do that with a render target texture if you wanted it to be animated. Like this. Which is just doing a wind simulation. If you wanted to do it yourself, then you'll need a lot of VFX like experience. Because this took me like several months to program. To do like this whole system and to have it run performantly and all that kind of stuff. So, about 4 months last I checked. Well, 4 months since I started, but like 2 months worth of work. But yeah, if you don't mind using a plugin for it, it's $29, $29.99 on my Gumroad page. And you do get tech support from yours truly. And you also get like a free water simulation and deform simulation and all that kind of stuff. Dust and puddles and water. And like the wind interacts with the water, you know. And foliage and the particles can read from the simulations and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, it's pretty cool. It's kind of cool. Enticing, yeah. But yeah, if you wanted to look into how to do it yourself, look into Niagara Grid 2D. There are also like simpler ways that you could do it that are less modular. So, like, you could have a material function called exploding grass effect or grass explosion effect that is reading from a material parameter collection, which you can just specify one location and one strength and one, you know, radius value. But you can only, like, have one at a time. Or, like, you know, you could do, like, 4 explosion slots and just use them one at a time so they can overlap. But then if you wanted to make a 5th one, it would override one of the others. So that's kind of, you know. Should make a standing mode of your character kick up sand and have a projectile-like wind effect. I mean, that's what it does. That's what it does do. Like that. That's why the character can go fast. Because there's parameters to, like, change the deform capsule's drawing to the wind simulation minimum, maximum speed, and the strength of that. But it's, like, exponential, so if you're, like, just walking or, like, regular running, it doesn't kick up much wind. But then if you start sonic sprinting, not whoever's on the grass, no? You know, it kind of is like that. Well, minus that big explosion, but... There you go. I've thought of everything. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I have thought of everything. What the hell is that doing? Oh, that's a foliage. You know what? I'll keep it there. It can just stay there. Alright, let's do the thing with the stuff. Also, one last thing I wanted to do was get the bush. Give you the bush WPO example. But also make it a instance. Large single bush. Oak. Bush. Oak leaves. Prismatica, where are you? Prismatica, oak, sapling leaves. There you are. Silly fella. Now, is this one pivot painted? It doesn't look like it. I'd have to just go through and do it again. Modeling mode. Attributes. Paint dudes. Yeah, that's fucked. Right click here. Prismatica, pivot paint. No, hold on. This one, assign defaults. Bam. Alright, now we go into paint groups. We go connected. We yeet that to 0. That's the wrong thing. Where the hell is the stem? There we go. Right, that's now 0. Converting foliage into particles. That would require logic, which I'm not a big fan of doing. I'm not a big logic enjoyer. I mean, I could do it. It's doable, but... Wait, no, let's just use volumetric mode. Yeah. Yeah, so then... Shift. Wait, what is it again? Select. Shift Q, Shift G to pick group. There we go. Wait, what the fuck? Shift G. Ooh. I'll just do Shift Q. Is that even getting the bottom faces? No. Maybe that's to be bigger. YOLO. Wow, what an actual nightmare. Fuck. There we go. Twenty 1766. Those numbers always been there. You can enable them on show all groups. Right, this is like actually a nightmare. Right, we're in the end game now. Kind of bushes, yeah, it's fucked up. It's photorealistic. More like photorealistic. Photorealistic. I don't know where that joke was going. On the phone. So that's this. So that is all one. I think this is good. Maybe we can find out by painting it. Oh, hold on. Let's pick you. Shift G. Bam. Cool. So you are 55, which is its own thing. Yeah, alright. That's probably good enough. So now let's grab this. Unlit mode. Go to here. Pivot 3D. Tips. No, gradient. Bam. Right click you. Bruise pivot painter, pivot paint, negatory 1, assign UV pivot as bush, paint vertex color, pivots based on stem. Okay. This will take a little while. There it goes. That looks... Alright, these two are not correct. These two do not bring joy. Any others? This one here. Yeah, this one's difficult because all of the leaves are just like a fucking nightmare. Like, because the leaves are made up of clumps of cards that aren't actually connected. So it just makes it very difficult. But it looks like everything else is fine. Yeah, so we just do it again. They're all components? I don't know what you mean. They are all just groups of cards. I mean, maybe they were components in Blender, but they're definitely not now. Yeah, it's just one mesh. Yeah. What the fuck? Why did that not? $84. $26. Ah, I see. Right, so it's just that one. And then it's good to go. Bush, that one. Vertex color, this. 45. No. 60. Assign pivots based on stem. Okay. Alright, now it should be fine. Looks good. Alright, and then if we go vertex color, oh, and do this, then yes, they are vertex painted. Cool. So then if I give it the bush, WPO bush. Wait, what's this then? Bush WPO example. But then we've got the large single bush. Oh wait, is this one of the deprecated ones? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, what's the difference between that and the single large bush? Not much. Not much, you? Yeah, there's literally no difference, except that... Just delete. And then this can just use the single large bush WPO example. Except the bush version. No, that's the reeds version. That's the oak bush version. Bam. Alright, let's just see if this works. Hello, bush. Yep, they all rotate based on their tips. They all do their bushy things. They all jiggle when I hit them. The whole bush rotates as I move into it. Yep. Cool. Easy. Very good. Let me just make that bigger. Might just change the default to like, wiggle speed 0.5. Wiggle speed 0.5. Yeah, I want it to be 0.66. recompile all the shaders. Go for it. Good on ya. And then for the bush, I wanted the floppiness to be less. But I don't really mind. That's fine. Alright, so I need to film a video about this update in general. So what are the things that are in the update? We've got C++, Sov, shout out big time. We've got the pivot painter. We've got the easy mode functions, easy mode foliage functions. We also have the parameterization of the simulations with the data assets and stuff. And then lastly, we have more examples, I guess. I think that's it. And also like some QOL, or just some fix-ups, like adding water depth threshold, wind speed is wind speed is size independent, etc. They're just like little etceteras, you know. Let me just go here. Go to the simulation profiles. Go to the wind. Oops, what have I done? Wind style. What did I set the default wind speed to be? 2000, but then in the actual default it is 2000. Okay. So I thought that the wind was moving kind of slow. Feels slow. Maybe it's because of the curl noise. I don't know. Fucking. What if I put it to 3000? Eh? 3000. How do you like that? Now it's schmoovin'. Oh, it's because of the temporal smoothing. Kind of makes it feel like it's going slower, but it isn't actually. Can you know why Niagara Fluids is necessary for the plugin? Is it the grid iteration? Yeah, it shouldn't be necessary, but it is because for some weird reason, I think it's the set grid resolution function is hidden in Niagara Fluids instead of just being in Niagara. It's something really dumb like that, where it's like literally just one essential function is in Niagara Fluids, and like nothing else from Niagara Fluids is actually necessary. So yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. Maybe it'll get moved in the future. But yeah. I'm pretty sure it existed outside of Niagara Fluids, but then got moved into Niagara Fluids for some reason. It was something really dumb like that. Someone explained it, like, in the video that I always recommend to people about Grid 2D. I think they explain that, like, yeah, it's a bug that if you don't have Niagara fluids enabled, then it, you know, shits the bed. Yeah, super weird. Soup dupe weird. What video is that? Let me find it. If I Google UE5 Niagara Grid 2D by Chris Zuko. Here it is. Human. Yeah, I just put it in the chat. When are you gonna actually make some games stop gardening? Never. When the money stops pouring in, you know? I'm just kidding, there isn't money pouring in. Not until I get this on the Epic Marketplace. What the fuck happened there? No, that's fine. Money bags over here. Yeah. I just love money. That's why I became an indie dev. So I could just make heaps of money. That's what indie devs do. They just get heaps of money. All right. Let me start video. Also, we're going to get rid of the chats. Sorry, guys. Step 1, mash keyboard. Step 2, print money. Exactly. All right. Serious video filming time. Hey guys, welcome back to the Prismatic video plugin update video. Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about the Prismatica 0... That's not it, not 0 update. The 1. Hello and welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about the Prismatica 1.02 update. You know, what has changed, what extra things have been added, what extra value you are going to gain from the plugin if you choose to purchase it. This update will bring the plugin to the Epic Marketplace soon, TM. There was a little bit of a technicality, weird technicality about is this a plugin or a content module? It's definitely a plugin module because, you know, you want to install it. You don't want to have to, like, migrate it every time you get an update and all that kind of shit. But they were like, no, this is a content package because there's no C++, you know, modules included. So that brings us to topic number 1. and that is that the plugin has been rewritten in C++. So you can imagine that, I mean, it's hard to tell with just one character, right? If we go stat FPS, and we can see that I'm locked to 60 FPS. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go to our character, plugins, Prismatica, example character, player character. We're just going to spawn 200 character deform components, which means we're going to be drawing around 2,400 shapes to our Niagara system. We hit play. You can see that we're... Okay, I need to disable the draw shapes real quick. Fuck. Pris. Debug. No, I spelled Pris wrong. Hold on. Pris. Debug. Shapes. 0. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now if I hit play, you can see that we are definitely drawing 2,400 shapes because of how strong the wind simulation is being drawn and whatnot. But you can also see that I am just barely dipping below 60 FPS. Now keep in mind, this is like giga overkill, and the actual performance hit is now coming from the GPU, which is fantastic because I have other ideas on how to optimize the GPU side of it, using, I guess it's like akin to like a hash grid or a spatial grid, where we compute multiple smaller input grids, with like, we pre-register the draw shapes to those smaller grids, and then draw all those grids to the one main input grid. That way we don't have to iterate over the entire input grid per shape. They can just iterate over their little section. So that'll be coming in a future update when I can be bothered, but we are now GPU bound again, which is absolutely fantastic. So if you're looking forward to using Prismatica in an RTS game, it's now on the cards. And if you're looking to use it in your smaller scale, single player, or like, you know, less extreme game, the whole system will basically be transparent. It won't be taking up any juice, any considerable juice. So, C++, absolutely fantastic. I want to give a huge shout out to GameDev, who did the C++ overhaul. He was going to do it for his game anyway, and I was like, well, you know what? You want to share? You want to collab? And he was like, hell yeah. So we made it happen. He made it happen in like 1 or 2 sessions, like an absolute giga chad. And here we are today. So what else can we look forward to in the 1.02 update? Well, I've decided to include a Prismatica. Oh, okay, I need to disable all of the shapes real quick. Well, I've decided to include the Prismatica Pivot Painter script plugin extension doodad. Basically, it just makes foliage do good. Another big shout out to GameDev. He's like the goat of this video for getting me started with geometry script. He wrote like some boilerplate stuff that I then learned from and then extended to be used in the plugin to do all the cool stuff. So you can see that we can actually like interact with foliage almost physically. So like this is like reading the interaction texture from the tip of the fern leaf, and then rotating around its pivot point. You can see we can do the same thing with these leaves here, and we jiggle them, we bump into them, they kind of like move out of the way. Looks very bonular, very skeletal. And we've got these little fellas here, which, you know, they're pivot painted. Each clump is pivot painted individually. And... Sorry. Ted's mowing the lawn. And so, yeah, a bunch of extra little doodads like that. For example, if these are, like, bent over, we then interact with the tips of them, which is, you know, pretty poggers. And all of these have example materials, and these example materials include the new easy mode material functions. So you can see here that it's just this bush gets plugged in to the WPO, and it's essentially good to go if the pivot painting is all set up, you know, in the correct way. Now, you can go inside here and, you know, kind of decode what it is doing, but I'm going to leave that for another video. If you're interested in the, you know, the pivot painting side of things, I do have an instructional pivot paint video that I will have uploaded or will be uploading after or before this video. Extra little doodads. There have been a few little quality of life updates to the simulations themselves. For example, the water now has a depth threshold. So if we go under the water, at a certain point, we're going to stop drawing to the input, which is fantastic. So, you know, no longer will the things at the bottom of the ocean be drawing to the surface, water surface simulation, which is great. There was something else, but I've completely forgotten. Ah, right. Additionally, I've also added some, I call it temporal smoothing to the wind simulation. So if you look at the wind, you can see it's kind of a bit blurrier at the kind of the edge of it. If I go into the new Prismatica simulation profiles and go to the default style profiles, and I turn the wind temporal smoothing rate up to 100, or just a big number, then you'll see what it looked like before, where the edges of the wind are like really hard, which resulted in kind of weird behavior with the bushes, where it would kind of feel like they had zero inertia. So you can see this bush, as soon as that wind comes into contact with it, it like snaps into its bent position. But if we turn the temporal smoothing down to like 2 or something relatively low, then you can see that the bush kind of gradually bends over like that. So it's essentially just lerping between the current and the previous frames over time, which results in much better looking wind interactions. Right, let me just change that back to default. Bam. XYV. Baby, you are fucking gay. You. How did you know? How did you know? How did you know? Okay. Okay, cool. What's the, which button is it? There we go. Classic. Classic, classic. Okay. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought now. All I can think about is how gay I am. Sorry. What was I talking about? I've got the list up here. Wind speed size. I mean, that's not really a quality of life thing, but you know how it is. You know how it goes. Anthony G, hello, hello. How does someone even think to put those words together? I don't know. Some people. See, this is the thing about YouTube chat is, I mean, no offense to everyone watching on YouTube, but YouTube chat's kind of like the Wild West. It's like the Wild West down south, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy shit. You don't really get that here. Yeah, I mean, Twitch has, like, you know... Here you go, we're getting discriminated again. Yeah. You could just migrate to the Twitch chat, you know. Also, Jordake, hello, hello, how's it going? It's going good. I'm just filming the documentation videos for the Prismatica update. Noah, hello, hello. Just want to jump in one of your streams, say how thankful I am for your videos. I only came across them a week ago, but I love every single one of them. Keep it up. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Cheers. Thanks for making it to a stream. Do I do all videos in UE? I'm doing some 3D modeling. I do some videos outside of Unreal Engine, but it's all revolving around Unreal Engine. So it's like, sometimes we dip into Blender to set up some stuff to do in materials in Unreal Engine. Or sometimes we, like, you know, I'll show you how to use Cascadeur to do 3D animations to then import into Unreal, you know, but I don't do, like, modeling stuff, because I'm not a 3D modeler, you know. There are better people than me to get, 3D modeling advice from. Although I do some modeling on stream when I'm doing 3D modeling. So, I do, like, I have experience doing 3D modeling, but I'm not a 3D modeler, primarily. Oh, fuck. Alright, let's continue. I really need to wee, but, like, I feel like that'll give me, like, good energy, you know, for this section of the plugin video, you know? Like, I just want to get it done quickly. So along with those quality of life updates, we also have the new Prismatica simulation profiles, and we've got a bunch of profile data assets here, like primary data assets. We also have the default style profiles, which basically define all of the parameters that then get fed into the Niagara system. So, for example, the foliage deform input strength and the foliage deform decay rate. So, you know, how long do you want it to take for the grass to pop back up and that kind of thing. You know, things like the wind travel speed and the wind diffusion amount and the wind, and, you know, the wind curl noise strength. So if the curl noise was at 100% or 1, then you can see that the wind is very curly. It's very, like, noisy. And then we could go to the wind curl size and make it smaller. And it would be very, even noisier. But then if we turn the wind curl noise strength to 0, then our wind is just going to be, like, flat and just go in the direction that it wants to go without any interference. So all of this stuff is now parameterized, and you can doodle around with it. Also, I really need to pee, so I'll be right back. I have Oreos. Hell yeah. And I also peed. Don't think I really know the actual pitch of Prismatica itself. True. True. Yeah, I haven't worked on it in a little while. The pitch. It's an adventure simulator. So it's like it's a midpoint between an action adventure and Dwarf Fortress, basically. Think of it like it's like a grounded fantasy world simulation, and you just get plopped in the middle of it. So the world exists whether you are playing it or not. Well, I guess it only exists when you're playing it, but like if you if you started the game and then just died, the world would continue doing its thing. The world would keep simulating. All of the characters would interact with one another, and a bunch of different stories would play out, and you just wouldn't be there to witness them. So it's like there's a few kind of weird comparisons that I tell people that like the game is like. So like it's like The Sims, like The Sims 3, but it's also Dark Souls. You know? It's like The Sims Souls. Bam, Prismatica. Or it's like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and RimWorld. Prismatica, you know? Like... So basically, you assume the role of an individual, and you interact with the world as an individual, but the world itself is a large-scale simulation. Persistent simulation. And so a lot of like stories and events will just arise from the simulation itself. So it'll be emergent, but then there'll also be like handcrafted pathways, I guess, or like storylines, or like objectives, or that kind of thing. But like that will always be getting interrupted and also like horizontally progressed by emergent factors. So like, for example, maybe like one of the main objectives at some point is to like deliver a package to this person in another city, right? Like something simple like that. And if there was no world simulation, you would just walk from this location to that location, you'd hand in the package, you know, you get the fireworks and you leveled up and whatever. But with the world simulation, you could hitch a ride on a trading caravan, and then maybe that trade caravan gets ambushed by bandits or by some big monster thing, or maybe someone's blown up the bridge, and so now they can't go any further, or they've got to wait for someone to fix the bridge, but you're just like, oh, well, you know, I need to get there quickly, so you get off the trade caravan and you try and cross the river, but you've got all of your heavy armor on you, and you can't swim because you're weighed down. Even, you know, so you try swimming, but you get washed down the river because you're hopeless. Maybe you, like, drown and wake up way down the river, and now you're, like, you know, disoriented, and your map is drenched, like the map that you had in your backpack, because your backpack wasn't waterproofed, and now you don't have a map, which means that there's no you know, bearings on your surrounding, and now you're lost in the wilderness, and all of your bread is, like, soaked and mushy, and so you're eating this soggy bread, and your character gets hella depressed, and everyone in your party's like, fuck, man, what do we do? Like, you know. So, yeah, just shit can just go wrong, and, yeah, that's the idea. That's the general doodad. Or like the theoretical side of it. So hopefully that kind of gives you an idea of like the vibe, you know. But then on top of that, it's like real-time combat. Like the combat is, well, it's broken at the moment, but no multiplayer intended. Co-op multiplayer. So it'll be like a what's it called? Listen server. But it's all like what do you call it? Client authoritative. So like if I hit someone in the head on my screen, then that is the true damage event. And if someone hits me in the head that isn't another player... Actually, no, even if it is another player... So, how do I explain it? So, like, the damage events have, like, a priority matrix. So, if it's incoming damage, then... If it's incoming damage and you are a player, you always get the authority. So, like, if on your screen, you know, a barrel falls off a shelf and lands on your head, then you take damage to the head and you send that damage event to everyone else, and your character will, you know, your head will explode and you'll fall down or something. Even if on someone else's screen, the barrel fell down and landed next to you, or, like, landed on your shoulder or something. If it was, like, really desynchronized. But then the same goes for when you are a player dealing damage to anything other than another player. So if let's say there's, like, a rabbit moving along the forest floor, and it's going real fast, so there might be, like, desynchronization. And I just, like, fucking whip out an arrow and just, like, no-scope it. And I hit it on my screen, then that gets broadcast to everyone else, and that's, like, the true event. And that stuff's already all programmed, and pretty simple once it's like that. Once you don't have to, like, confirm things back and forth with the server, and we just send, you know, hey, I'm the client, and I have authority, this is what happened, here's where it happened in relation to the hit bone. So, like, we get it in local space so that we can apply... You know, the, like, if an arrow got stuck in someone, we'd be applying that relative to the hit bone, so that you know, it gets stuck in their eyeball for everyone. Same with, like, applying the wound material effects and whatnot. So, yeah, it's all kind of thought out. No need to worry about cheating when it's your friend. Yeah, exactly. The challenge will be, like... I mean, the world simulation will only happen on the host's machine. And then I think all I'll do is just replicate... So, like... I mean, you've probably heard me talk about this before, but, like... Let's say this is our in-scope chunks. So, player is here. And... everything in these cells is like an actor that has a movement component. And actually, like, navigates using navmesh and runs a behavior tree and all that stuff. But then anything outside of there is a, like, low update rate delta-based simulation, which just gets run in a loop. So, like, we iterate over every entity one by one. You know, one or a few per frame or something like that. And then just based on the previous time they were updated to the current time they were updated, we can then run a simulation of 9 seconds. So, you know, their health will regenerate, and they'll be navigating along their navigation points and whatnot. And if they need to make a decision, they'll make a decision and be like, oh, I'm hungry. I need to go and look for food. Okay, I'm going to search radius out here. Okay, I found a berry bush. You know, I'm going to navigate to that berry bush and pick berries or something. So that can all happen off screen. So all of that will only happen on the host machine. But then as soon as they come into scope, then the actor gets replicated to the clients. And then it's just a regular game from that point onwards. So that should be relatively simple once it's kind of figured out. What was I doing with this? Let me just get my captures real quick. Even noisy stuff is now parameterized, and with it. Also, I really need to pee, so I'll be in the direction that it wants to go without any interference. So all of this stuff is now parameterized, and you can doodle around with it. Right. Now, if you do want to make your own parameter set, you can go to one of your content folders, not the plugin content folders. So we just go to Prismatica content, we right click, we go to miscellaneous, we go to data asset, and we search up, wind style profile, or foliage deform style profile, or water style profile, or surface style profile. And so once we click that, we've now got this data asset. So we're going to call this so let's call this Babby's first game style profile. We double click on that, and you can see we've got these parameters that we can doodle with. And then once we've set our parameters, we need to, in your child class of the Prismatica manager, so if we go to here, we'll go to Prismatica manager here. So you'll have your own child class of it because you've got to set your own parameters and stuff. We're just going to call this random numbers. In your Prismatica manager child class, you go to the current simulation styles and just replace the water style with Babby's first game style profile. And that will just read the variables from that and put them into the Niagara system. Oh, I'm using the wrong screen. Oh! Because I'm in square monitor mode. So triggered. All right, let's do that one again. Epic Triggered Royale. Are you doing anything with destruction? Not currently, but I do plan on looking into it. There's one thing, and it's like... So, like, one thing about Prismatica is that every object is an item, right? And so if you break apart a crate, I want you to be able to pick up one of the planks that it broke into and use that and, throw that at someone or use it as a weapon. Or if the crate explodes and, like, a plank flies off, it can, like, get embedded in your eyeballs. The damage part is pretty easy. It's just, you know, you can get collision events from the destruction components and whatnot. It's the itemization that scares me, because it's like, sure, we can have a broken crate plank item, but it's not going to look like that specific thing. So I'd need to be able to, when setting the mesh for that item actor, and like for the thumbnail and stuff, I'd have to be able to generate, because all of the breakable parts are predefined, so there would be a way to get one of the segments and just create a procedural static mesh from that. And then because it's from, like, we know what its original mesh was, we know the ID of the fragment, or the fragment group. So then whenever we pull it out of our backpack, we just say, hey, this is, you know, broken wood plank. It's from this mesh. It's from these poly groups or these fracture groups. We generate the mesh, set it as the static mesh component, and that's the piece that we pull out of the thing. So that's what I'd want to be able to do. And I'd have a system like that anyway for detached limbs. So like if you cut off someone's arm and you put it in your backpack, then that arm needs to know what its skin tone was. It needs to know what kind of shirt it had when it got detached, and what color the shirt was, and all the material parameters and stuff. So then, like, if you cut off someone's hand or someone's arm and you put it in your backpack and then you pull it out of the backpack again, then it's persistently the same, and you can then hit them with their own arm. But it's like their persistent arm, you know? And the blood type, yeah. Because, like, if you, like, tried to extract blood from that detached arm, it would need to know the blood type. And also the blood color. I mean, that part's not too hard. You just need to track what... Give me a copy of the items that this character was wearing. But then you run into weird things like, okay, if it's a long sleeve shirt, and we've cut their arm off, and they're dead on the ground, and then we take off their shirt, that shirt needs to know that its sleeve is dismembered. But then when we put it on, it's going to have that sleeve. So, like, we need to actually... Actually, no, I can think of ways to do it. I can think of ways to do it. We need to iterate over the bone weights that it was dismembered from. So, you know, we chopped off the arm at the shoulder. So we have the upper arm weight and below. And then when we put that shirt on, when we regenerate our new mesh, we delete all the verts that have upper arm weights. Yeah. So that would be possible, actually. And then we just have to say that... well, actually, no, if we knew what bones, like what bone capsules, had been dismembered, then we can just exclude them from the armor. Like, you know, when our character now gets hit in the arm, that piece of clothing wouldn't be registered to that body section anymore, because we know that that piece of clothing has been dismembered in that spot. And then obviously for the arm that's on the ground, we do the opposite. We'd say it's got these pieces of clothing on it, but it's dismembered from the shoulder upwards. I don't know, that sounds like a fucking nightmare, but maybe in like 20 years' time. Just a thought experiment, you know. Anime K, hello, hello. Do you have a scope limit for the game, or do you accept working on it as a magnum opus? Yeah, it's my magnum anus. Yeah, I don't really have a scope limit. It's sort of just like, if I think it's cool, then I'll do it. I'm also going to be open sourcing it this year. So, like, I mean, mainly just so people can dig into it and pull stuff out and whatnot. But that might, you know, some people might want to contribute to it. So if someone wants to do some really stupid, in-depth simulation for, like, you know, mixing together different liquids at different temperatures, does this thing, blah, 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 then they can do that as a module or something. But yeah, the short-term goal is to just have a combat demo with the new action system, the virtualizable action system, with items and armor and the health simulation of the characters, like, you know, implemented. Which is mostly all there, except for the action refactor. All of the property, you know, simulation property stuff is fleshed out and implemented. So, like, you know, if you get hit in the head, then your head health gets lowered and, you know, your consciousness aggregate stat gets lowered, which then lowers your, you know, accuracy and movement speed and, you know... But then, like, if you're intoxicated, then you also lose consciousness, but you don't lose, you know, like, you haven't lost blood or anything, so... There's, like, a whole bunch of different ways you can funnel stats in to one another, just from, like, one place, you know. Promise, hello, hello. I came across you yesterday. You have some of the best informative videos I have seen. Thank you, thank you. Wanted to ask, you still working on your game, as there hasn't been a devlog in a minute? I am. I've just been busy doing this plugin for a bit of, I mean, I just go down rabbit holes, you know. But at least this time I'm monetizing this, this big tangent that I've been going on. But yeah, I have been working on Prismatica in the background and whatnot. I just feel like with... devlogs are kind of a weird... Devlogs are fun when you're just starting... Like, when you're either just starting game development, where, like, every single time you open the engine, you're doing something new and exciting. Or, like, when you start a new project and you're just doing, like, the base... You know, here's my action system, and this is what it does, and now I've... you know, started coding an inventory, and this is how it works, and it's like, hell yeah, that's like fucking 10 devlogs right there. But then when you actually start just fleshing out content, you know, I have to make this attack action, and this one, and this action, and this action, and that action, and that action, and I have to make this item, and that item, and this item, and that item, and all that kind of stuff, then... You can't just make a devlog and be like, hey, you know, this week I added 10 new items to the game. And they're all basically just, like, copies of the other 10 armor pieces. But, like, one of them has a flashlight on the helmet or something. Like, you know. You could make, like, a written blog doing that. But, like, devlog videos, people kind of expect that you'll be, like, making big progress, you know? And like I've done some major systems since the last devlog, but it was kind of like I'd be in the middle of I'd like be getting towards the end of finishing a system that I could then make a devlog about. But towards the end of that one, I was already working on this new system. And then because I like transitioned straight into this new system, I never ended up making a devlog about the previous system. And then that just like chains together. And it's like, you know. Like, I'd go, like, 3 or 4 major systems. And then it's like, okay, I could make one devlog, but it would go for, like, 6 hours trying to explain all of these major systems that I put in. And then at that point, it's kind of like, well, I'll just... Yeah, I'm planning on reviving the devlog series when I open source the project and when I... what's it called? Basically when there's like a playable demo and I'll be like, hey, like it's Prismatica Devlog Season 2, Episode 1. This is where we're at, and I'll just go over everything that's already, you know, in there. And then start from there, like with each new thing. So basically, like, I'll do, like, a new episode 0, where, like, I explain what is Prismatica now, like, what has Prismatica become in my mind, and then where it is in actuality, and then what the sort of roadmap is, and that kind of shit. So yeah, that's sort of my plan for this year. Minecraft moment adds 1 creature a year. True, true. I understand the concept of your game seems so interesting. I was hoping you hadn't given up on it. Yeah, I'll never give up on it. Even if I go on sidetracks. I mean, even this sidetrack that I've been going on with, like, the interaction system, it's still for the game, you know. Like, I'm using this in the game. And this is, like, a big... This, like, has the potential to be a big talking point for, like, someone that plays the game or sees the game. It's like, oh, you know, the game, oh, and it, like, you should see the trailer for this. Like, look at the cool sand effects and the, you know, the water stuff looks, like, so realistic and blah, 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 you know, and the fucking bushes and shit. You know, it's, like, AAA quality, but it's, like, indie dev, solo, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah. Except the difference being that I sell this system to other people for money as well. So, yeah. It's also been good to just get a bit of experience releasing a product and getting feedback on it and making, you know, adjustments to it and all that kind of stuff. You know, like quality of life stuff and whatnot. Development takes way too much time for solo, often slow to put out enough interesting content for followers. Yeah, yeah. I think that's why you see a lot of popular game developers, like, you know, primarily content creators that also develop games. They do much smaller scope projects because you can like see progress a lot faster. You know, if it's like a platform puzzle game, right? It's like you've got a devlog for this is the basics of the movement, and then you've got a devlog for, like, this is, like, the overall style of the game, and then you've got a devlog for, like, oh, I added my first enemy to the game, and this is what it does, and this is how the AI works. And then, you know, you've got a devlog for, oh, I added a new level, like a whole new level to the game with a different art style, or, like, with a different environment style. And you can kind of just keep repeating those, because, you know, at that point, you're just doing content. You're creating content for the game. And then after, like, 10 devlogs, it's like, hey, my game released. Here it is. You can buy it now on Steam for $15. And then you move on to the next game and that kind of thing. So, yeah. I mean, if you are doing small games like that, you can definitely contentify them better than if you're doing something that is going to take, a solid 6 months of writing boilerplate systemic code and shit. That's why I like live streaming as well, because even if I'm just like kind of like pottering along, while it seems like from the outside not much is happening, if you join a live stream, you can like constantly see progress being made and whatnot. I mean, most people don't develop things digitally. It's kind of niche, so they think it's like making a wooden chair. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, today I made the legs, and then the next day I made the back of the chair, and then the next day I put the chair together. And that's the devlog. But digital stuff, it's like, yeah, I wrote all of these words in Visual Studio, and that's all I did. End of video. Even though, like, you might have been working on a system for like 6 months. But until you actually have something to show it doing, and sometimes on a large scale, then you can't really showcase it, because it's like a core system. I want to say 5-minute tutorial has been a lifesaver. First got into Unreal 2 years ago. Use some of your information for a game we have coming out soon. Hell yeah! Let you work on a second one. Ooh, spicy. If you wanna link it, or if you wanna name drop it, feel free. I'd love to see how it's going. You look at stuff like Sebastian Larg. It takes a month plus to do thing and put together a video. Yeah. I think like, yeah, because his videos are more like, here's this weird little rabbit hole I went down for like 3 weeks, and then spends a week putting together the video, like a high quality video. Which I think 1 per month is like a good pace for like a game devlog, So the whole game model system to it? No, just this plugin, just this interaction system. So the wind sim and the surface sim and the water sim and the foliage sim and the particle interaction sim and the fog sim and the more foliage sim and the grass sim and the explosion sim. Everything's just a sim. I mean, there's actually only 3 simulations, but they just get reused everywhere. The reeds, the cornfield sim. But yeah. Still in grey box and feature development phase. Figure devlogs will be once I'm making real levels and art. Yeah. I think it's good to start off a devlog series with art, like with the style defined. Because then people actually have something to like associate your project with. Whereas if it's all just grey boxes, it's kind of like, If everyone made devlogs in the grey box stage, then everyone would think that everyone's working on the same game, What exactly are you using eventually making Prismatica open source project? Is it specifically learning purposes or crowdsourcing development or both? It's mainly for learning, like for other people to learn from. Because like I get asked all the time, like, hey, can you explain your action system, or can you explain your, you know, simulation property system, or can you explain how this works and how that works? And rather than me being like, you know, going on a 2-hour tangent while I'm on stream, people can just, you know, do the frickin' do the thing, you know? They can just download the project and go through it. Do you ever go like, what's the point? Epic will make a plugin that does all this? Well, they won't make one that does all this. I can guarantee you that much, because they just won't. There's sometimes where, like if you look at something like the gameplay ability system, where it's like they've got a plugin that does the, you know, their ability system that they use in Fortnite and all that shit. So you'll like inevitably have to make a decision on whether you build your own ability system or use Epic's, you know, framework. I usually 99% of the time I'll use one that I build from the ground up, like a framework that I build, mainly because of the nature of the project. Like, you know, if I had to make changes to the gameplay ability system so that we could virtualize actions and call virtual actions and all that kind of stuff, I don't know. I don't even know if gas could handle that. It wasn't built for that, that's for sure. And like level of details for actions and whatnot, or abilities that they call it. And it's like, you know, yeah, I could learn their system. It'd probably take me a whole month, but I could just build my own system and it would probably take a month, but like it's built for my specific purposes and I know it inside and out and all that stuff. And like, I know that it can do what I need it to do. Bidding around is an opportunity to achieve things other systems can't, and thus stand out in your approach and all its fruits. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's also just like a good learning experience, you know? Like learning to build a modular code system from the ground up is like a transferable skill. But learning to utilize, you know, Epic Games' gameplay ability system for Unreal Engine isn't a transferable skill. You know, you haven't like learned anything from learning that system. You've learned how, like, you've given a man a fish rather than teaching a man how to fish. Yo, I'm fast as fuck, boy. I wish my gum would hurry up and heal. What was I doing? I was doing something. The profiles. Where the hell was I? Right. So that brings us on to our next topic, which is the Prismatica Content Simulation Profiles folder. Now you can see here we have a bunch of primary data assets. You don't need to touch these. In here we have our default style profiles. These are just the defaults that I set. So you don't want to change these ones because I might, you know, change them, and then when you update the plugin, they'll all be reset to whatever I change them to. So instead, you want to go to your content folder, and go to content, and you're going to right-click. You're going to go to miscellaneous. You're going to go to data asset, and you're going to pick Prismatica, and you'll see style profile, and you'll see we have the deform, foliage deform style profile, the surface style profile, the water style profile, and the wind style profile. So, for example, let's make our own wind style profile. We click select. This is called Babby's First Wind Params. And if we double click on this, you can see we have all of our settings right here. So the wind input strength, the height fall off of the wind, you know, capsules and whatnot. The wind curl noise size and the travel speed and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, if we, yeah. And so if we said the wind max travel speed, let's set that to like 10,000 and click save. Now we're going to go into your child class of the Prismatica Manager. So you don't want to be using the base class Prismatica Manager because that's my version of it. That's the plugins version. You want to make a child one so that you can override variables. So we're going to go into it. And in this variable down here, current simulation styles, you will want to change the wind style to be Babby's First Wind Params. And then when you hit compile and save and whatever, it will be using those parameters. Now you can change them at runtime. So, I don't know, maybe like you're in a forest and when you move into the desert, you want the wind simulation to move slower or faster or like curl more or something like that. So you can change it at runtime, which can be pretty handy. Oh, I need to go back to the... No, that was just in the override, yeah. So, feel free to look through all of these settings, you know, experiment, see what they do. A lot of them are sort of self-explanatory. You know, for example, the wind curl noise strength, if it is, you know, strengthier, then you can see that the wind is more erratic. It's kind of, you know, zigzagging around and whatnot. Kind of looks like an oil spill. You can turn the wind temporal smoothing rate up and down like I showed earlier in the video, which will just make the wind kind of harder. And you can also change things like the minimum and maximum speed that the deform capsules write to the wind simulation. So if I just said, hey, we want, you know, when we're moving past 100 units, we want to be drawing our deform input to the wind simulation. And you can see now I'm leaving behind a trail of wind, really, even when I'm moving slowly. So, there you go. Good on ya, good on ya. So those are all of the... So those are all the style settings. I will be in a future update including scalability settings so that you can change the, the resolutions and the quality settings at runtime. I still kind of need to figure that out because when I delete and replace the Niagara system so that we can spawn the grids at a different resolution, it like goes out of sync and the simulation jitters and it's a bit of a nightmare. So I'm still figuring that out. But eventually you'll be able to, in your options menu, be like water simulation quality, low, medium, high, and you can define, the parameters, like the resolutions and stuff for those settings. So in the future, we will be doing that. So that's basically it for this update. Just thought I'd, give you all a heads up at what the new things are. Make sure that you check out the Pivot Painter video, which I'll link in the description. And enjoy your Prismatica scaping. So with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. End video. Alright. Not end stream, though. Stream's still going. It's kind of disappointing the PCG system was mostly limited to static instant meshes and couldn't support full actors and stuff. Yeah, it was like that when it first released. Like, it was very bare bones. But in the latest engine versions, you can... Or maybe it's in the next engine version. You can spawn an actor and set... Or, like, call functions or set variables on that actor from within the PCG itself. So you can be, like... Spawn a bunch of trees... Or, like, tree actors, and then based on, this noise pattern that we've defined in PCG, change the color of the tree leaves, based on the PCGing. Or you could, like, if they are instanced meshes, you could set per instance custom data on each of the trees based on some PCG input. But I haven't doodled with PCG much since it first released. I just, like, checked it out, saw what it was doing. I know that Sovereign went pretty deep into it on release. And then he made a bunch of nodes that did, stuff that you would actually need to, use it in a game. But then Unreal ended up making a lot of extra functionality and stuff. Yeah, I was just talking about how your PCG functions, like the... Was it the loops? Or, like, I just remember some of them became obsolete because Unreal got their shit together and, like, made PCG usable in, like, an actual production setting. Deprecation. Yeah. I mean, like, I get it. Like, they have to release the system. They have to release the system eventually to get feedback on it. Even if it's missing functionality. But then if people want to actually test the plugin for, like, their actual workflow, then they have to implement a bunch of stuff that Epic didn't do. But then Epic eventually do that thing, and it makes the work obsolete. So it's like a weird... I don't know. I guess there's no avoiding it. There is no avoiding it. Just don't look at the branch node in PCG. In actual PCG or your version of the branch? Is it is it cursed as the actual PCG? Okay, okay. You know what? I'll take that advice. So stuff talking about common UI having features he built earlier. Yeah. Yeah, I hate when that happens. When it's like, yeah, I did this thing, but now Epic made their own version of it that's like integrated. But I don't know. There's no avoiding it, really. They tried to find the newest employee and ask them to make the the intern. The intern strikes again. Hold on, you know what? I'm gonna... Do I even want to look at it? No, I'm not gonna. I'll be back in 1 sec. Also, Sov, do you want to send me the C++ file with the manager getter? When you've got a sec. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Oh, you did? Okay. Sorry, I haven't checked the disc. Ah, there he is. Hell yeah. Has a new primary, blah, 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 blah. Set the source for instead of the whole plugin. Okay, yeah, nice. That's good. That's good. Continue to download. Potential dangerous download. Hell yeah. Let's go. I mean, you have situations like Epic hiring the guy that does ALS, and it's kind of a bit confusing with, like, what's the engine at this point and what is plugins. Yeah, I get that. I understand that sentiment, because it's like... I mean, yeah, at what point, what is the engine and what is plugin, you know? But at the same time, you could argue that an engine is just plugins, kind of. Like, you could, in theory, you could turn the rendering pipeline into a plugin. Kind of like how Unity does it, sort of. I mean, I know Unity has like 2 rendering pipelines and shit. I guess we've got like forward and deferred rendering in Unreal, which are like, you know, just 2 rendering methods, but I don't know. Sort of seems like what future engine development is mostly trying to do, lots of new features as plugins. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, yeah, at what point can you just, like, upgrade the engine itself? Like, the engine is literally just, like, on tick everything. That's all the engine does. Well, at least the game loop is literally just like, I don't know, there was a really good video that it steps through the entire game engine. Who made it? It was Unreal Engine. Fuck, I don't even know what to. Who made it? It was the dude that does the videos that are good. This is it. Alex Forsyth. The Unreal Engine game framework from int main to begin play. Just look up BP versus C++. Yeah. Oh, nice. What do we... Guman Gomez. Hell yeah. Okay. Classic ads. Razor blades. That's a targeted ad right there. I get the most random ads because I don't have like any tracking data. But yeah, this video here.
The idea of the game loop. When your program runs, you do some initialization to set things up, then you run a loop for as long as the player wants to keep playing.
Aussie ads are so weird. There's some real good, this is like Australian humor. Let me go YouTube. I think it's like HBA health insurance. The ones with like the doodles. Not the old ones, like the new ones. Or is it HBF? I get them all the time, but like they're like health insurance doodle ads. Actually, that's kind of weird to look up. Or is it HBF? What are the ones with the... You know the ones I'm talking about? Like with the jellyfish and the trampoline. Australian trampoline health ad. Health insurance ad. AHM health insurance, that's it. AHM health insurance. They're just like stupid, like...
Are you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, it seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer.
Stop that.
AHM health insurance
like that. Like, that's just... Stop that. Just like stupid ads like that. Like the pie talking, you know?
Oh, what's this pie made of? Rocks?
Perhaps why I was the last pie in the pie warmer.
Oh, makes sense. But what about my tooth? I've maxed out my dental.
Switch to AHM's Flexi packages and you can choose how you use your included extras. So you get more of the things you actually need, like routine dental.
Oh, you're good at explaining things.
It's what I was made for, because I wasn't made for eating.
Flexi packages only available at ahm.com.au.
Woo!
Like, that's just Australian ads in a nutshell.
No! Put down the scissors, Brendan.
But I'm trying to save money.
You won't be able to save yourself from the nickname Bowl Boy.
Bowl Boy Brendan. It's quite catchy.
You don't have to cut out the things you love.
Like getting a super cool haircut?
Yeah.
From Barber Steve.
Sure, you could save with AHM health insurance
It's
instead.
dumb as hell.
That's more my style. Bye-bye, Bowl.
Bye.
With AHM,
Bye. Bye. But yeah. Yeah, I've heard that like American commercials are like super depressing. Especially like, because in America you get ads for medication. Like prescription medication. Whereas we're not allowed to do that in Australia. Like you can't... Well, I mean, prescriptions are controlled by health, you know, the healthcare and shit. So like you can't advertise a prescription medication and whatnot. You can advertise like over-the-counter pain like, you know, paracetamol and stuff. But nothing more than that, you know. Because like I've seen some of the American ones, and it's like side effects include immediate death, cancer, you know, ball cancer, brain cancer, impotence, genitals dropping off, you know, like with the disclaimers at the end. It's funny as. I think those ones are kind of funny if they were like ironic, like meta ironic, but they're real. It's almost like they're like a parody, like parody commercials, but like thing SNL did just get yeah. It sounds like something they'd take to the extreme. If you have, then try our medication now. 5 years later, if you took, then you could treat. Yeah, you could be entitled up to 10,000 in compensation. Yeah, that shit's wacky.
Each frame, you process input, you update the state of the game world, and you render the results to the screen. When the player shuts down the game, you do some cleanup, and you're done. But if you're writing game code in Unreal Engine, you're not dealing with the game loop directly. You don't start at the main function, you start by defining a game mode subclass and overriding a function like an it game. Or you're writing one-off actor and component classes, and you override their begin, play, or tick functions to add your own logic. And that's really all you
I love this.
override their begin, play, or tick functions
Super tick.
to add your own logic.
Print text. How about some spam? That's what I do.
And that's really all you have to do at a minimum. The engine takes care of everything else for you, which is exactly what you want when you're starting out. But Unreal also offers you a lot of power and flexibility as a programmer. The engine is open source, of course, but it's also designed to be extensible in a number of different ways.
Yeah, this video is very good. Like, even as someone that doesn't fully understand the ins and outs of it, just knowing, like, the general... Where's he do the graph? Here we go. Like, just the general, you know, things get called in this order. Blah, blah, blah. This is the way that things work.
One of the key factors that's...
You know, it's all very pog. It's all very poguous. Like to teleporting 1,000 meters. Nice. The game working as a style similar to how you did the Valheim style example, scaling the texture to be pixelated. In your opinion, how would you go about doing that with foliage? Just the same thing. If the foliage is using cards, like, you know, cards like this, you could just, yeah, pixelate the alpha and whatnot. So, like, text coord, multi, round, divide. So yeah, you could try something like maybe a bit bigger. Huh? No? Wait, is it using channel 1? No, it is using channel 0. Why is that not working? What have I done wrong? Anyway, yeah, you could pixelate the cards of them. What the f... Okay. Oh, that's why. I see it now. Okay, so you could pixelate the cards. Like this. And, you know, you kind of get that vibe. It's that vibe check. What's half of that? Like... divide by 2. 64. So yeah, like, you know, this looks kind of like leaves. It's, yeah. Obviously, yeah, you'd want to do it by actually scaling the texture, not just manipulating the UVs and stuff. But, like, this could be a good way to do it easily. You might want to, like, go through and do it by hand, just because, like, you know, things like this little twig branch here gets cut off and whatnot. You might want to go through manually and clean it up, but, you know, as a starting point, just pixelating the leaf textures is, you know, a decent starting point. Just feels kind of hollow, if you get what I mean, explore emotions. Do you mean, like, from a personal... like a personal involvement point of view? Like, you feel like you're just... you know... feel like you're scamming feel like you're asset flipping? I mean, we all feel hollow inside, you know? That's just life. That's just how life goes, you know? I wanted to get the interaction bubbles, then get the... doodad here and do a sandwich clamp. Don't go hollow? Yeah, true. True. Dark Souls. Darkest Solus. Came across a video of a game made only with free assets. Well, yeah, no, there's heaps of games that are just free assets. You look at, like, Only Up was a zero budget game. And it sold heaps. It was very successful. And it was a great game. Although from a visual style, I feel like it should be fuller, more rich environment rather than bare foliage. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess if you start off by pixelating it and then touching it up, Just so, yeah, like, you know, things aren't disappearing and you can, like, kind of redefine shape to the assets and whatnot. Didn't get delisted because he used ripped assets, though. No, he well, allegedly, he delisted it because he was receiving death threats from a bunch of people. So he took the game down because he couldn't handle people, you know, criticizing his very first project. Okay, imagine this. You start dicking around, you decide, oh, I want to learn game development, right? And you start making a game as like a practice, right? And then you release that game on Steam for $10 or whatever it was. And like, you know that it's not great. You know, it's like, it's your first game, you're just dicking around with stuff. You've been using the engine for like less than a year. And then like millions of people download your game and start criticizing it, being like, this is an asset flip. I can't believe developers just put out this fucking garbage, you know, but I bought the game anyway. You know, and there's like millions of people playing the game right now. But people are just criticizing it because, you know, it uses free assets and you know, things that come with the engine and whatnot. And then you start getting, like, death threats from people and people, like, you know, saying this and that and blah, 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 blah. Like, I'd take my game off Steam if that happened to me. Because, like, you just wouldn't want to... You wouldn't want to put up with that. So I totally understand the only up guy. If that is, you know, as he says, what, how he felt. Yeah. I think the only ripped asset was the anime waifu figure, which was technically not ripped. It was like a, it was under a Creative Commons license, but not for commercial use. So I think there was just a confusion on the developer's part between this is a free asset and this is a free asset that you can use in a project that you make money from. But I think that was the only, like, real controversy. Which, again, if it's your first time making a game, then, you know, you don't really care about all that shit. You just want to make your stupid rage platformer game and whatnot. That's why the Epic why any official marketplace is good, because you know that you've got the rights to use that in a commercial setting if you buy it. Like, there's no confusion, because everything on there is thingamajig. Jose, hello. How is your day? And it is going good. My day is going good. Now that Disney owns part of Epic Games, do you think they'll do something shady like subscription service for UE5? No, I don't think it will affect Unreal Engine at all. There'll be zero impact on the engine from the Disney. I mean, Disney bought like 1 or 2% of Epic Games. Compared to like... Oh, you okay, girl? You coughing? You're gonna vomit up on my lap. You've been eating rats again. You could say the same thing about Tencent owning, what is it, like 20 or 30% of Epic Games? Like Tencent is way more dodgy than Disney, but they've been in... Here you go. Tencent acquired 48.4% stake in Epic, equating to 40% total. So, if Tencent have owned 40% of Epic Games for the past, like, 5 years, and nothing bad's happened to the engine, then I don't think that, like, Disney owning 5% is going to do anything at all. I think all it's going to do is bring in more money to Epic Games from easier licensing for Fortnite crossovers with Disney and Marvel and all that shit. Now that they have a vested interest in Epic. As well as just extra development for, like, the, what's it called? The visual thingo. What's it called? When you visualization? I forget what it's called. Virtual production. That's the one. I mean, everyone got fired. Well, Epic laid off, like, every... I don't know why, but, like, Epic bought, like, Bandcamp, which is, like, a, you know, independent music distribution platform. Like, why the fuck would Epic buy Bandcamp, you know? Like, they just had a bunch of stupid expansions that they cut loose when they had to, you know, fire people. I don't think anyone from the core engine team got laid off. I know that some auxiliary, like, engine adjacent people got laid off, like Matt Wadstein doing, you know, he was, like, doing official tutorials and stuff, I'm pretty sure. And now he isn't, since those layoffs. At least that's what I'm just... This is just fuzzy memory things that I recall. But yeah, like, the engine is the bread and the butter. And the engine is also a core pillar of Fortnite, which is the main revenue generator. So it's like... I don't think we're going to see any bullshit on the Unreal Engine side of things. Imagine if Epic Games starts locking blueprints behind a paywall. That'd be funny as. But it's not going to happen, so, you know. Plus, they can't retroactively change the end-user license agreement for an engine version that you're currently using. So, like, I literally have a copy of the engine source code, and I can compile that whenever I want. And it's like, what the fuck are you gonna do about it, you know? I can just work offline and, you know, if there's, like, DRM or something. Tell that to Unity? Yeah, they tried to pull a sneaky. But it wouldn't have held up in, like, a court of law. Unreal Engine licensing is already set up. The previous engine versions are evergreen under current license. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Keep in mind that Epic Games are losing money, and we're talking Fortnite money, and if that's the case, imagine what they would do to make that money back. That's just business. I mean, that's why they've done the Disney deal. is because, yeah, if they're losing money, then if they, you know, if they sell shares to Disney and then Disney is, you know, pumping in IP into the Epic Games sphere, then, you know. It's only just business until it affects your business. I mean, that's true, that's true. Fortnite's a cash cow, somehow they're losing money, shit makes no sense. Just hope they don't start to get desperate now. Well, I mean, they can't squeeze money out of Unreal Engine developers. Because there's literally nothing they could do to, like, you know, the worst they could do is, like, lower the $1 million threshold and up the royalty percentage. But then the more that they do that, then the less attractive the engine becomes to independent developers, which means that people stop using the engine, which means they don't get any money at all versus the 5% that, you know, the 5% over $1 million that they'd get now. They will make anything we're a small... Yeah, exactly. Like, I would say that less than 1% of Epic's revenue comes from independent developers making games with Unreal Engine. Like, you know, maybe they make a couple of million from, like, a big studio selling 10 million copies of their $60 game that uses Unreal Engine. But, you know. They could totally rebrand from UE5 to UE6 randomly to change terms. They could change the terms in the next engine version in 5.4. But that doesn't mean that the terms change for me using Unreal Engine 5.3. You know? Like, I'd still be able to use Unreal 5.3 in perpetuity with the license agreement of 5.3. So yeah, they totally could change the terms, but only for future engine versions. And then if they did that, everyone would just move to Godot. Just like heaps of people did from Unity, when Unity just suggested doing some weird shit with their payment structure. Yeah, exactly. It's... Unity fell so that we could fly. Aiko, hello. What's your background? You seem to have experience in animation modeling. Don't seem to have started from absolutely zero when working on Prismatica. I started from absolute zero game dev and 3D experience when COVID hit. I just had a lot of time a lot of spare time to develop skills and to be learning. Before that, I was doing audio engineering, which is not very applicable to game development. I also did videography and photography, which I guess is kind of like, I don't know, helps you develop an eye, like an autistic eye, but no actual modeling experience. So keep in mind that I started the YouTube devlog series like 3 months after I started dicking around with the engine and Blender and whatnot. So if you've watched from the very start, I had like a 3-month head start. Don't know if say audio is unapplicable if you're doing good audio design, a horror game versus shitty audio. It's a night and day difference. I mean, yeah, absolutely. But like, it hasn't come in. Like, I've never done anything audio related properly yet. Like, I've never implemented my audio engineering skills to a large extent in the project. You know. Sounds really cool, by the way. Very much appreciated by me and my colleagues. Thanks. No worries, no worries. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're learning. It's interesting though that Disney bought 2% of Epic because they don't pay for Mandalorian at this point. There's no royalties for virtual production. They were going to change that. They were going to change the payment structure for non-runtime uses of the engine. You know, like, it was like 6 months ago, there was this, like, clip of Tim Sweeney talking about, like, you know, license changes to the Unreal Engine and whatnot. And people, like, losing their fucking mind because he, like, made this offhand comment about, you know, licensing changes that were coming up. And, like, no one could be bothered looking into the actual context of it. They just, like, went, oh, fuck, they're doing a Unity and whatever. But he was basically just saying that because virtual production isn't monetized by the engine, because they're not selling a product created by the engine, they're just changing that so that virtual production have to pay like a per seat license or something. Or like, you know, some contracted deal between Epic and virtual production setup. So that basically, you know, if The Mandalorian makes hundreds of millions of dollars and their entire production hinges around Unreal Engine, then Unreal Engine should get, you know, some of that revenue. Because technically Mandalorian didn't have to pay a cent to Epic Games because they weren't selling an Unreal Engine made product. So before that, it was just like on a case-by-case basis, which was mainly for like tech support and that kind of shit. Before it was contract them and settle on a per-use case license agreement, so they just finally made it standardized. Yeah, exactly. And then keep in mind that standardized virtual production thingo still has like a profit threshold. So if you're like an independent filmmaker that's using Unreal Engine, it's only if after a certain point that you have to have a license to virtual produce and that kind of shit. So, I don't know, it seems like they have their heads screwed on straight when it comes to licensing and all that kind of shit. So I wouldn't stress about that kind of stuff. Prismatica, one of the biggest companies in the world, depend on you and charge after season 3. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, they would have been paying like a custom agreement or something. But, you know. No, we shouldn't worry about the Disney situation too much, but people invest a lot of time and effort into the engine itself. This is their livelihood. For that to go down the drain would be a waste of energy. It will kill a lot of game dev careers. I mean, you could say that about literally anything. Like, you know, what if Windows started charging a monthly subscription to use Windows operating system, you know? Like, yeah, they could do that at any point, but are they gonna? Are they gonna? Probably not, because it's dumb as fuck, so I wouldn't really worry about it. And especially since, as we've already discussed in this little discussion, the engine license is evergreen for the version of the engine that you download. And the engine is also open source, so you can just compile that version of the engine and do whatever the hell you want with it and retain the license for that engine version. So, you know, if my agreement with Epic at the moment for Unreal Engine 5.3 is that after I make $1 million, I start paying them 5% of my, you know, revenue from selling my game or whatever. If they then release Unreal Engine 5.4 and they say, well, actually, now if you use Unreal Engine 4, you know, you have to pay us $1 million for every copy that you sell. It's like, okay, well, that's cool if I use Unreal Engine 5.4, but because I'm using Unreal Engine 5.3, it's the same as, you know, when I signed that agreement. They did that for servers, true. I guess servers, because servers are a running cost, whereas an operating system is you install it and it's done. I mean, obviously they have to make updates to the operating system, but, you know. Artists may be like, oh no, Photoshop pulled a tyranny can't art anymore. Let's use SAI or Creator. Yeah, exactly. Or they just use Photoshop from 2015. A perfectly legitimate copy of Photoshop from 2015, might I add. Some people say Epic wouldn't do such a thing because blah blah, but you never know. What if there's always a possibility? Never say never. Yeah, but you could say that with, like, if you keep thinking that, then you'll never do anything unless you make your own engine using your own IDE, using your own programming language, using your own custom hardware, using your own operating system. Like, that's the only... if you're ready to do that, then, like, go for it. But otherwise, you're always going to be, you know, trusting some higher power. And whether you trust them personally or not, you can always trust their motivations, which is make more money. And if they dick over customers, they lose money. So, like, you know. You just got to use logic. You don't have to trust Epic Games. You don't have to trust Tim Sweeney himself, but you can trust that, you know, the Unreal Engine isn't going to start costing $1 million per month to use. And you say, like, you know, what if? Never say never. But it's literally written in the contract of the current engine version that you can use the current engine version and the licensing applies in perpetuity. So it's like, it's literally not a case of never say never. It's, this is the agreement for the rest of time until the universe fucking, you know, reaches full entropy. Like, even if it was Unity, or even it was Unreal Engine, or even if it was Adobe, a legally binding user license agreement that says this license is valid in perpetuity for this engine version. It's like, you know. So anyway, that's enough of the big rant. There's not really a need for, like, fear-mongering. Alright, where were we? Okay, but... but what if... Unless... Wasn't it pretty crazy everyone freaked out about 2012? Yeah, that was wild. Remember when everyone freaked out about the year 2000? Remember being alive when the year 2000 hit? That was wild. Imagine being old. Is there a vertex paint blur function yet? Oh no, that's for the default. Okay, no, that's stupid then. Gave herself a space? Yeah, true. True. Okay, what did I need to replace the source folder. What else did I... No, I didn't miss anything. That's good. Let's go to Prismatica, UE5. Git bash here. Git add -a. Git commit -m. Plugin version 1.02 experimental released. Doing the stuff now. Cool. Now I need to go to my downloads folder. Downloads source.ra. Plugins, Prismatiscape. Source, Prismatiscape. So source, extract here. Source. Can I just drag and replace? Replace the files in destination with the same name. That should be fine. That should be fine. Alright, now we open the Saloon file. What do I say that people still defend Unity even after what they've done? I'm not surprised with people that have blue Twitter check marks. I think like the whole Unity thing, it's more like the it's the principle of them trying to pull like a bait and switch. Like the actual terms and conditions, for the most part, still end up better than Unreal Engine's, you know, licensing. Like for a very large portion of users, you know, Unity would be taking less money than Unreal Engine would. But it's just the fact that like their new scheme was like so exploitable and, you know, like pay per installs is just dumb as fuck. It really like makes there was like a very small sliver of people that would if they were selling their product for like $1 and they got a certain number of downloads, then they would lose money by releasing it. But yeah. Prismatica source. Wait, how do I build a plugin? Or do I? Do I just build Prismatica? Oh, wait, no, do I have to delete intermediate in the plugin doodad? Right? Plugin build, blah, blah, blah. Fuck it. I made a commit anyway. Delete intermediate. Bam. YOLO. Now, let's just go back to this. Rebuild. Where's project build? Generate Visual Studio project files. There we go. Does this do that for plugins as well? Whatever. Open the solution. Wow, I feel like a hacker man. Yo, hacker man. Doing the hacking. Typing code. Like anyway, say I've seen people say that Unity's still the best game engine and the most affordable. I mean, it is one of, aside from Godot, which is free and open source, it is the more affordable engine in some like production scale brackets. Yeah, that's fine. But, like, the fact that people still, like, you know... Why is that? That's just the linter going crazy. That's fine. Prismatica, rebuild. Done for the day? Hell yeah, Jord. That's good. That is excite.
Make Grey boxes take 6 hours?
The feels, the feels. How are you going to go about converting the plugin from Blueprints to C++? It's already been done. It's already in C++ now. And my method of converting it was to get someone much smarter than I to do it. A really sick person that enjoys C++. Someone that has an illness called coding syndrome. But yeah, that's all done. Sov did it. He done did it. Turns out for GameDev, though, Disney stuff like you could hire 15 people to do a water system or rely on Fortnite's water system. Still experimental, though. Where do they go with this? Does anyone know? It's kind of like... So, like, Unreal Engine was originally made for Unreal Tournament, right? So a lot of the, like, vestigial features of the engine are made for Unreal Tournament and like, you know, first-person shooter style games. So like the character movement component is like, you know, it's completely capsule code-based. It interacts with physics objects terribly, and it does blah, blah, blah. And that's because it was designed for Unreal Tournament, you know, which is a Twitch shooter. Same with just, like, the way that, you know, Unreal Engine isn't very good at large-scale AI simulation and that kind of stuff, because it wasn't built around doing large-scale, you know, AI simulations. It was built for, you know, 10 to 20 characters at the same time and that kind of shit. So yeah, there's always going to be an element of that. It's gotten better with, like, you know, the PCG plugin and all that kind of stuff, where it's become more generalized. But, like, yeah, a lot of features are kind of, what's it called? Dog-fooded? What's the saying? To dog food something. No, it means heroin. Street names for heroin. No. Dog fooding. IT slang for the use of one's own product. There you go. So you basically, you test you eat your dog's food to make sure that it's good. You know what I mean? It's an actual term. IT industry dog fooding. In the world of tech, dog fooding means consistently using a product you built just as a user might to figure out what works and what needs to be fixed. So this is like Unreal Engine in a nutshell. Because it's like, you know, they build a water system to use in Fortnite, and then they pass it on to the rest of us as is, you know. That's why it's unfinished and doesn't cover every use case possible, because they made it work for Fortnite, it works fine, and we just get the dregs, you know. Don't know if it's exclusive for Fortnite. Well, I mean, they use it in Fortnite. So it works. It works for Fortnite. It might not work for every other game, but you know. Last time the Unreal Engine was Unreal 4. If I'm not mistaken, don't know, the Iggy Pop song comes to mind. Yeah, I think Unreal 4 was a big overhaul from Unreal 3 or UDK or whatever it was called back then. But going from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5, there was literally no changes to the underlying engine. They basically just added Lumen and Nanite as plugins and called it a new engine version. Which I understand, it's kind of like, you know, like a console generation thing. Where it's like, yeah, we're like stepping it up. You know, we got Lumen, we got Nanite, we've got not much else. Meta sounds. So we're going to call it Unreal 5 and everyone's going to be hyped as fuck, and, you know, it's the generation of ray tracing graphics cards and all that kind of shit. But the actual engine didn't change at all between 4 and 5. How much AI do you plan to have on screen? That is during battles or interactions, etc. And that also depends how much Blueprints can handle. So because it's a top-down game, then I don't know, how many could you fit on screen? Maybe 50 if they're all spread out not in like a huge clump. So maybe like 100 total. Like maybe 100 total that are actually simulating. So they're like fully loaded. But then doing a bunch of stuff to simulate characters off screen. Which is where all the fun stuff happens. Could I grab from 4 to 5 without issues at all? No. Yeah. It took me like an hour or two to convert Prismatica from 4 to 5. Biggest spell in Skyrim had like 20 characters? Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only stuff about my characters that I might move to C++ is just like movement-related stuff. Which the majority of gets done in the character movement component anyway, which is a C++ component. But basically, like, the way I rotate characters and move characters around is, like, all custom. Which is just done in Blueprint at the moment. So I might, you know, do that in the new movement, the Mover 2.0 thingo that they're doing in the next version. How's the delay with blueprints compared to C++? That is when making games. What do you mean? Like the performance difference or like the iteration time? Because, like, a blueprint compiles... Like, if I change the code, compile, it's done. You know, I can now play the game. In C++, you would need to... Well, not speaking from experience, but it takes a lot longer to compile. In C++. But then once C++ is compiled, it runs more performantly than Blueprint. Yeah, well, they're like the opposites. So Blueprint you can iterate extremely fast with. There's no kind of dicking around and waiting around. But then it runs slower performance-wise than C++. But the performance impact isn't noticeable unless it's happening every frame multiple times. So if you're using Blueprint to call play attack animation, that's one frame out of the 120 per second. You know, it's like a few nanoseconds to do that. You know, maybe in C++ it could be like 10 times faster. But, like, 10 times faster than 0 is still 0. So it doesn't really matter for most, like, transient gameplay events. If that makes sense. So a video online where Blueprints had 30 milliseconds of delay and C++ had, like, a few. Can't remember exactly. No. No. There's no delay. If there was a delay in Blueprint versus C++, then like 30 milliseconds is... That would mean that your game would be capped at like less than 60 FPS? What's 30 milliseconds in FPS? That would be terrible. There's 1,000 milliseconds. How many 30s? Yeah, you'd have 33 FPS. But no, there's no delay. everything gets executed within, well, depending on your frame rate. Like, if I do an input to play an animation with Blueprint, and I've got 120 FPS, then... what's my milliseconds? Then then that animation will start within 8.3 milliseconds on the next, the next rendering frame or the next game tick. Did full college diploma and university degree spanning 5 years. I only taught us Blueprint Zero Code. If it was that bad to be in Blueprints, they wouldn't have done it. Yeah, exactly. It's not even worth talking about, like, Blueprint versus C++. Like, it's not even a discussion worth having, because both of them have, like, their uses. Both of them get used in AAA productions for different things. And for most games, you can just make it purely in whichever language you understand better, or whichever one you prefer working with. For me, that's Blueprint, and I haven't had any issues with it. I haven't had any performance issues. I've had a few, like, I can't access this function, so I have to, like, expose it through a function library and whatnot. But yeah. Blueprint vs. C++ is a discussion for people that don't actually use Unreal. Yeah, exactly. And, like, that goes for a lot of these kind of comparison discussions, like Unreal versus Unity. Like, the only people that talk about Unreal versus Unity are people that don't make games, you know? Wish that they taught us code so I wasn't so limited myself, but it is what it is. Yeah, and that's the thing with Blueprint, is that it's only applicable to... Well, it's less transferable than learning Unreal C++. But, like, if you learn Blueprint, you still learn how to code. You still learn the process of coding and, you know, structures and data management and all that kind of stuff. It just might take longer to learn C# or something. Unreal Killer 240,000 FPS? Hell yeah. I think Octo Traveler used Blueprint. Yeah. Yeah, Octopath Traveler, Valorant, Mortal Shell, Only Up, you know, huge games that mainly use Blueprint. Especially Only Up. It's one of the best. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to make tea because my throat hurts from talking so much. So BRB. All right, he's back. He back. Well, that's some good shit. Lit. Want some incense? Very good. Right, something reminded me of commercial breaks. It's been a while since I rushed to the bathroom and back praying that I haven't missed anything. True, true. It's a bit of a hot take, but do you think visual scripting will, I don't want to say overtake or dethrone text-based code, but become the standard as time goes on? There was a fan favorite place for PlayStation 4 titled Dreams that used visual scripting and allowed people to make their own video games. I think it will always be there. I think both of it, like both written and visual, will always exist. Pretty sure Epic is trying to deprecate blueprints for general programming in favor of verse. Nah. I think they want to add verse as a... Verse is dumb as fuck. Like, just put it out there. I don't think verse will take off. I don't know why they would deprecate blueprint at all. It just wouldn't make sense. Shouldn't say become the standard, but become a fan favorite. Well, I mean, it already is, you know? The engine is built too much around BP that you can't really remove it. Yeah, like the engine operates on blueprint mostly. Like, you know. Like, if you want to make a class to then set some default variables, you make a child class of that thing and it opens up in blueprint and you change all the variables and whatnot. But yeah. Programmer's hard transition into doing game code in BP, having something like verse would feel a lot more natural. Yeah, I mean, like, I can understand... I don't know. I just don't see the benefit of verse. Like, it's like C++, but what, like... But it's not, it's like a non-transferable skill. It's like exclusive to Unreal Engine. So you're not really like progressing your outside of Unreal Engine skill set. I mean, you are because you're, you know, practicing programming or whatever, but I don't know, some people have described it as it's like C++ that we have at home, but it compiles faster. So it's like a written, pre-compiled language that's just like a gimped version of C++ or something. I don't know. A bit of a stepping stone to blueprint, if anything. I don't know. Like, if I was a human being that had only used blueprint, and I wanted to start doing written coding language, why would I choose verse other than C++? Because, like, if I'm going to go out of my way to learn a written coding language, I would learn C++ because, one, it's a transferable, globally used language. Two, it performs better than verse because it's C++. And three, I get all of the functions that I'd ever possibly need because it's what the engine is written in, you know? Everything's exposed by default. So I don't know, I still don't understand. Well, like, I understand. And, like, yeah, like you said, Sov, it was made for Unreal Engine Fortnite because they had to limit the scope of it so that people couldn't, you know, just change shit that they shouldn't in Unreal Engine Fortnite. Keep in mind, people still despise visual scripting. I don't think that's true at all. Do you have sources on that? I'd like to see a source for that claim. As long as anime gain more and more popularity, mainly because it's accessible to so many people, including myself. Yeah, exactly. Incredibly messy BP. Also, C++ was a lot more daunting for designers, non-C++. Yeah, I mean, that's why they both exist. Math in BP. See, I find math in BP more intuitive when you're doing stuff like, I mean, this is in Niagara HLSL, but it you know, it operates the same as Blueprint, like Blueprint math. It's visual math, because like I can be like, okay, I'm getting this variable, and you know, this connection essentially means I'm declaring this as a local cached variable, or like cached result, and then recalling that in a bunch of different places, you know? So rather than me needing to like keep track in my head what is the variable that this is using, and, you know, is it using the right one? It's just there. Like, I can just see it going from here, where we calculate. I can run you through what this fucking nightmare mess is doing, but where we where we calculate the capsule from point 1 to point 2, and we then dot it and get the vector length squared, and then we use the gradient from end 1 to end 2 to lerp between the different radiuses and the different heights of each end of the capsule, and that's what this lerp is doing, you know? So I can just see that at a glance. Which I find more intuitive, you know? You know, gatekeepers? I don't even know if gatekeepers are, like, an issue in the real world. I think, like, if you live on Twitter or Reddit, then maybe there's gatekeepers and stuff, but, like, if you're actually, like, using the product and interacting with other people that are actually using the engine, then there aren't going to be gatekeepers. But if you're interacting with or reading posts from people that think they use the engine, or they wish they used the engine, or they, you know, they think about using the engine, but they don't actually do it, like the, you know, the Unity versus Unreal people, then yeah, of course they hate visual scripting, because that's not coding. That's not like my ideal world where I'm a superior person and blah blah blah. Like, no one gives a fuck about those people. They're not like sounds kind of weird, but they're not real people, you know? People on Reddit aren't real people. They're like caricatures of real people. If anyone does despise it, they're just salty. It's like hating a rival sports team for being up and coming and good because it's non-traditional with a history behind it, rather than just appreciating each are good in their own. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, it's old school RuneScape update syndrome, where it's like, I got 99 rune crafting the traditional way, And so whenever they introduce like a new mini game that you can train runecrafting with, like passively, people are like, no, you can't do that because I already got level 99 runecrafting and I had to fucking grind my ass off for it for 100 days straight. And these people don't deserve to have this new fun mini game that trains runecrafting because I had to suffer. I had to suffer through it, you little bitch. That's the psychology behind visual scripting dislikers, is that they don't want other people to enjoy or to be able to make games because they, you know, they did it their own particular way. You know, back in my day, we didn't have mobile phones. We couldn't just text our friends and shit. We had to send letters. And our kids these days don't even know how to use a fucking pen or pencil, you know? It's like, bruh. I mean, you're right. Kids don't know how to fucking do anything these days. But, like, do they need to? Like, when's the last time anyone in this chat needed to write something physically on paper, you know? It's just not the world we live in. It's an irrelevant skill. But people will still be salty about it because they did it a different way. It all just boils down to I had to suffer, therefore you have to suffer also. And that's just like most psychology in most industries. I took offense to Michael Jordan. There you go. Yeah, it's great logic. It's infallible logic. Alright, let's check if this thing works. What was the... Let me actually just go to the... Let me just be a true hacker man for a second. That's why AI is pissing off a lot of people. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, okay, AI is kind of different, but it's kind of the same. It's the same sentiment, but it's a different, like, there are some extra nuances there when it comes to, like, legality and the ownership of work. But, like, the general thing of, we can now do this thing easier, therefore... You know, therefore I'm mad because you should have to suffer and actually, like, create art like I had to back in my day. You know, that's still the same. Max Black Show, yes, this is Unreal. We're in the Unreal Engine. I'm developing a plugin for environmental interaction. For foliage, using a 2D wind simulation, a surface deformation simulation, particle interactions, a water simulation that reacts to the wind simulation and the deform simulation, wind displacement simulation, more water simulation, which also, by the way, like, you know, can do like ripple reflections, as well as... Did I say foliage interaction? Probably. I feel like there's something I'm missing, though. No, that's about it. That's what I'm working on. There's extra nuances there. Shut up. But no, I totally get what you mean. I understand. And I'm not like pro AI. Like, I'm not gonna defend the use of unethical AI But, like, I think an ethically trained AI neural net is, like, thumbs up, you know? If you can source all the training data and then, you know, have an AI create a 3D model from a text prompt, then, like, yeah, I'll use the shit out of that. That's, like, pog as fuck. It's just a natural evolution. Like, you know, way back in the early Pixar days or whatever, they had to manually program with, like, number coordinates where each vert of a model should go and how it connects to other triangles. And that's how you used to do modeling. And then someone came along and they invented, you know, a 3D modeling program where you can, like, drag verts around and create new verts. And they were like, fuck, man, this is insane. Like, I don't have to do all this stupid busy work like I did before. And then, you know, then you've got Blender where you can, like, use metaballs to create, or, like, ZBrush to, like, create a base mesh by just, like, sculpting it, and then you can retopologize it. And it's like, wow, we did so much work so much easier. So I feel like AI is just the next step where it's like, yeah, you can use AI to generate, you know, a basic shape for a character or a prop, and then, you know, refine it, and whatnot. You're just cutting out all those boring early steps where you start with a cube and then you extrude the bits out of the cube and then do the thing on top of it. You know, then you paint the texture on it. You're just cutting out the boring shit, basically. Does it work on the up axis, by the way? Sort of, but no. The drawing to the simulation is compared against the height map. So if I jump, you can see that, you know, the feet disappear and whatnot. Or, like, if I fall down, then, you know, the head starts drawing. The actual simulation is just 2D, though. But, like, if I'm up here and it's kind of hard to explain, but... actually, if I jump on the wall... So if I'm up here, and I shoot wind down here... Okay, it's not a perfect example, but it's weaker over here than it is where it touches the ground. You'd have to adjust the height fall-off parameter. But yeah, once it's in the simulation's purely two-dimensional, which is why it runs so performantly. Because we don't have to worry about what is the wind like down here versus what is the wind like up here. We just say, hey, it's being affected by wind. And that's good enough. Do you go how you color your foliage? I see you composed it in Blender in a previous devlog. Sorry, it's a bad question. So my foliage is colored with... I can find it. Hold on, this one here. Sorry, while that's loading, I'll do another question. I like AI in games, but I don't like it for art or really anything art related. My fear is that people are going to rely on AI too much and not create their own original work. AI is great. Products will no longer be flooded by mediocrity. People who are subpar artists will just fall into the AI category. Oh yeah, true. I mean, you've just got to adapt, you know. You got to become the best prompter. AI can be good, but never excellent. It highlights the excellent. I think at the moment, yes, but I think it will get better. Shouldn't say fear, but my problem is people are going to have AI do all the work for them, not try to do their own unique work. Art has identity behind it. If we lose that identity, what do we have left? Well, all I can say to that is modern art. modern art. And by that, I mean, like, postmodern, like, post-ironic modern art, where the artist intentionally creates something with no extra meaning, and then the viewer projects their own meaning onto it. As a commentary about modern art and the meaning of art, you know? Like, you look at this barrel right here, and someone might think, fuck, this is so deep. Like, this barrel is about, you know, the loneliness of being made of wood and being separated from, you know, your place of birth, like the tree, you know? And the blue represents, you know, the bastardization of the barrel industry and whatnot. But, like, to me, the artist, this is just a fucking barrel with blue paint on it, you know? But maybe I intentionally made it that ambiguous so that someone would deposit their meaning onto the asset. So you could say the same about AI art, because art is... the meaning of art depends on who is viewing it. It doesn't matter what the artist's intentions are. If the art exists on its own, then the viewer is the one that projects the meaning onto it. Because if you think about it, a painting is just a bunch of pigments on a canvas, you know, arranged arbitrarily, and that's it. That's all a painting is. I know it sounds like I'm very anti-art, and I am. Art sucks. Art sucks and nothing ever has meaning. Everything is just a means to an end to sell microtransactions. And that's just the cold, hard truth. Now, buy the Prismatica DLC. Wish retopoing ZBrush was good. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. Heard about AI a while back that did that. Creating a 3D model from prompts. Turned out it was just a team of modelers secretly creating them in a quick turnaround. That's funny as fuck. That's lit. I have used, like, an actual 3D model generator. I think it was Luma AI. That was... yeah, it was Luma. Which was, yeah, text to 3D model. And, like, the topology was arse, but it was a great starting point. Like, I can imagine using it in the future again. We don't write HLSL manually anymore. Yeah, exactly. Do you consider the D buffer to get into 3D? Nah, that still wouldn't work. I could use a 3D grid simulation, which can then write to a volumetric render target. Like, that's something that you can do 3D grid simulations in Niagara. If you look at the... what's it called? If you look at the content examples, they've got some 3D fluid simulations in there. Joe July stands like one of my favorite sports docs, Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan. I don't follow sports, especially sports outside of Australia. I watch the Australian football whenever Collingwood plays. But aside from that, I am not a sports fan. When's the painting render target going to come out for Painting Blood, etc.? Next update. Next update with the hash grid. So, the hash grid will be a big performance saver, potentially. So we can do, like... I want to say we'd be able to draw 10,000 shapes per frame without dropping below 60 FPS on a 2080 with a Ryzen 9, whatever my CPU is. That'll be like the stress test. It'll be 10,000 shapes per frame. Speaks to my soul, I too am a paint-splattered barrel. Hell yeah. We are all paint-splattered barrels. There you go. Sucks that AI is phasing out passion jobs. We should really just get rid of accountants. Yeah. Maybe they should be focusing on making AI tools that can do accounting, you know? I mean, I know there are already AIs being trained to combat, like, tax fraud and that kind of shit. But, you know. It'd be nice if the boring jobs got phased out before the creative ones, but you know. But I mean that's the thing, like creative endeavors when not relying on money from creative endeavors. Obviously, it's very different if you're like if you are staying alive by producing art. But, like, you know, AI is not going to take away your passion, and it's not going to take away the ability to create stuff yourself by hand. Taxis couldn't stop Uber, artists can't stop AI. That's right, it's the future. I has the digital version of the banana taped to the wall to me. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, it literally is the banana taped to the wall. Because it doesn't have any... I mean, that's the thing. AI art has as much meaning as a human creating art does, depending on the viewer's perspective. If the viewer of the art piece is interested in the underlying story of the creation of the art and the artist's background and their collection of artworks and stuff, then that's up to the viewer. And the viewer can interpret that and, you know, find meaning in that. But if someone just looks at, you know, a photo of, haha, you know, it's Pikachu, but, you know, he's doing a backflip and, you know, he's shooting Osama bin Laden or something. If someone wants to project meaning onto that as is, then that's on them, you know. It's like if you had this super fine art piece and you showed it to someone that wasn't educated in fine art, then they'd just be like, "Oh yeah, that's a cool landscape, man. Like that looks sick." But to, like, someone that's a trained artist, they'd be like, ooh, yes, the fine brushwork is divine, you know? They'd be, like, pissing their pants over it. It's the same with AI art. High-end art is just tax evasion and money laundering? Hell yeah. That's what we're all about. How is it arranged arbitrarily? You're just a bunch of cells then, but you are not in it. Well, no, I think that humans are just a bunch of cells arranged in, you know, a really funny, coincidental manner. I mean, if we keep going down that rabbit hole, we're going to go down into what is consciousness and where is the threshold of consciousness. And how did consciousness arise from chaos, you know? Which, funnily enough, very much ties into how AI neural networks work, which is a bunch of arbitrary, you know, points of, you know, things that modify data over and over, and they weight the points each time, and then eventually it starts churning out fucking artwork and stuff. That's just how human consciousness started, essentially. You know? Like, it's a gradual process developing consciousness. Because, like, there wasn't a point where animals were not conscious, and then bam, all of a sudden they became conscious and they could think thoughts, you know? It's a gradual process. Like, you look at insects, and insects are essentially, like, autonomous. Like, they don't really have, like, individual thoughts. They only have desires and instincts. But then you get, you know, larger mammals, and they have, you know, they play with each other, and they share food with one another, and they, you know, piss on everything. And then you've got humans, which can do, like, complex problem solving and all that kind of shit. But, like, way back when we were all fish, it's like, yeah, maybe we started as just the brain controlled the fucking mitochondria powerhouse of the cell bullshit. And then eventually we grew legs, and then maybe the brain was, you know, used to just make the legs flap or some shit. You know, start flapping and stop flapping. And then eventually it just, you know, it got worse and worse from then on. I wish that's just how we were now. Elmroth, how will we paint when particle collide? Yes, you'll be able to do it explicitly through components, the same way that we do the deform shapes. But you'll also be able to register particles to the thing, which I'll be looking into Niagara data channels to do that, so that you might be able to draw GPU particles to the GPU simulation without even touching the CPU. So that'll be a thing. I'll use nothing but AI to make the second quadruple A game to compete with the greatness of Ubisoft. Hell yeah. That's lit. But you are speaking to me, so if you're just a bunch of cells, why should I listen? You dwell in the realm of experience, which comes first, not the cells. Well, you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen to anything I say. That's, you know, that's just the nature of consciousness. From AI art to neural networks, what's next? Well, no, they're the same thing. AI art is neural networks. When do we come to the vegan talk? Well, actually, if you guys didn't know, I'm actually vegan. So, like, stop eating meat, because, like, you're all murderers and shit, you know? And I think so poorly of everyone watching this stream if you eat meat. Just unsubscribe to my YouTube channel while you're at it. Okay, but hell yeah. It'll take place within the simulation as the simulated developing games for us. Yeah, exactly. The chicken. It's always the chicken. Who the fuck is out there laying eggs out of thin air? Yeah, chickens actually, it's chickens are weird as, right? Like, how do they produce one egg every day? Like, that's a lot of That's a lot of egg, you know? And they've got to poop one of them out every day. We've got a chicken at the moment that lays a double yolker every single day. Like a big egg with 2 yolks in it. It's defective. It's fricked up. When I become vegan, like 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. Although I do eat my chicken's eggs. So, like, if you think that makes me not vegan, then, you know, fuck off. Like you can do any better. Like, hey, I rescued some chickens, but I'm just gonna fucking take their eggs and splat them on the concrete and let them cook on the pavement, you know? Chickens are food machines. They lay 1 egg every day. Well, I mean, they lay 1 egg every day because they were selectively bred to do so. And they get fed... They get fed, special feed, which gives them enough juice to keep laying eggs every day. But they only lay that for like a year or 2. And then they just stop laying eggs altogether. And then usually they just get... usually they just get ground into, dog food after that point. Not my chickens, though. My chickens inevitably get eaten by foxes. Which is fucked. Do you know cows can only produce milk while pregnant? No, they produce milk after they've given birth. And I guess while pregnant, but... Yeah, so every time you drink milk, then... Like, you can't have milk without giving birth to a calf and then slaughtering it immediately because it's not a meat calf. It's not going to grow up to be, you know, sustainable to harvest for meat. Unless it's a female calf, in which case, yeah, it can just get strapped into the machine and juice it all day. No, I mean, most dairies that I know are like legit, like in like a good way. Aside from the slaughtering calves thing, if you ignore that, then like most dairies are actually pretty good. At least in Australia. How much destruction will you have in your game? Yes. Would you say rather than a vegan, you're a vegan? That's good, that's good. I like that. I like that. That's actually kind of funny. Is Prismatica available currently? I'm extremely excited to dive in the grass deformation. Currently, my new game just kind of stomps it down and bends it away from the player. It is available right now on Gumroad. It's not available on the Epic Marketplace yet. But it will be in like a week or 2. I'll be submitting it tonight after I do this hotfix. But you can buy it now and also $10 cheaper on Gumroad. If you want it right now. But yes, it can do exactly what you said with the thinger. Also, Provi, if you're still there, I know we went on another tangent for like an hour, but the way that I color the grass, color the foliage, is actually, let me just I use a color mask. So basically my texture, the way my textures are, and this is what I was doing compositing in Blender with. My textures are set up so that the RG channel is the normal maps. Then the B channel is the color mask, which is like a grayscale, black, gray, white mask. And then the alpha is the alpha. So if we just look at the alpha and the B, you can see that black is the leaves, white is the stems, gray is the flowers. And then in the material, I just do a 3 lerp, which you could do like any number of colors from black up until white, or you could just do 2 colors if you wanted, but this is just the cleanest way for me. So yeah, then we just use that grayscale value from here in the lerp to then have 3 colors, which we then, well, usually put into the base color. So, you know, I can change... Actually, what's this one supposed to be? Okay, yeah, so I can change this color, like just this color, without affecting anything else. And I can change this color and blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of how it all works. The other thing that I do to kind of organize colors and stuff is UV masking. So we can get, like on a prop, for example. Let me find a good example. Okay, like this thing here. This, what do you call this? Cart. If we go to the cart, and we look at its UV channels, we've got channel 0, which is the texture, you know, the thing that the texture gets mapped to. And then in number 1, we have, you can see these 3 little doodads up here. 3, like, sections. So I have, like, 16 columns in the x-axis of my second UV channel. And then we can, in the material, wherever the frick it is. Where's my details? There we go. Then in here, we do like an atlasing function, which looks like this. And we can just say, yeah, this is that color, this is that color. And then we can also just say, this uses this texture and this uses that texture if they're using, like, tiling materials and stuff. And then we can obviously statically switch them on and off so that it's not computing those extra slots. And so, yeah, now I've got 3 different doodads to play around with, so we can, like, fucking pimp my ride. The, you know, put some sweet rims on your wheelbarrow. Prismatica wheelbarrow customization. Yeah, look at that. That's pimpin'. Give it a sweet turnaround. Hell yeah. Play the GTA San Andreas music. Hell yeah. So yeah, that's that. And then on top of that, you can also do a combination of both, where you do vertex masking and also grayscale pixel level texture color masks, which is what I do for the characters. So the characters have UV sections, but then they also have textures, so that each UV section has 3 colors. So we end up with like 80-something parameters for one character. All in one material. And that's where we get into like Nightmare Zone. Not like the RuneScape Nightmare Zone, but like actual, you know, wake me up inside Nightmare Zone. They tens, but they clean though. Hell yeah. Right, what the flip was I doing? Will there be interactive environments in your game, like maybe accidentally drop a torch on a bush, will that bush catch on fire? Yes. Yes, it will. If you were like... If you were like oiling your sword with like, you know, oil to make it not rust when it gets wet, and then you were handling fire, your hands would catch on fire because they were covered in oil. You know? Because your gloves have the oil attribute. Yeah. Just don't worry about that shit. I've got it all covered. It's all covered. It's all good. There will be cats getting drunk from licking beer off the ground in the tavern. And dying. No, what was the Dwarf Fortress thing? It was that there was alcohol spilled in the tavern, and then the cats walked over the beer puddles, and then when the cats cleaned themselves, they lick their paws to then clean themselves, but in doing so, they were licking the substance from their paws and ingesting it, and then they were dying, and that's why the tavern was full of dead cats. Which is technically not a bug, it's just a badly tuned gameplay system. But yeah, that's a real thing that happened in Dwarf Fortress at some point. Is the sword the only thing you can oil up? No, you can actually grease up your entire body in order to maintain thermal, like thermals, you know? You can apply grease. You can just grease up. You can be naked and go out into a snowstorm because you're greased up. That's a real thing. Using grease as a windbreaker. Right? Isn't it? But then you would be extremely flammable if you did that. But you'd also be able to move very, you'd be able to move very easily. So maybe that is an actual strat. So like you go naked, but greased up. And you probably want to wear shoes as well, so you don't slip over from being greased up. So you could be like an unarmed, greased up monk. Because then you wouldn't need clothes because you're greased up. You wouldn't be able to get grappled, like counter-grappled. Well, you wouldn't be able to grapple or get counter-grappled because you're greased up. But you'd be able to move quickly and punch everything because you're not wearing clothes, so you're not, like, encumbered at all. So... yeah. That'll probably be the speedrun strat, is greased up naked guy. It's like a throwback to high school. Fuck. Friction 0, yeah, literally. The oiled up build, exactly. Do you know how expensive using several materials on a single mesh is? It reasonable to have, say, 10 to 20 slots on 30 meshes. I know each slot causes an extra draw call for the mesh, really bad modular pieces and foliage, but my levels are not constructed to use modular pieces. Most of my levels will be divided into a few large meshes. I have a good workflow related reasons for doing this, but I'd like to hear your take. I think in your case that would be fine. Because it's more like, it's less about having them on the one material and more just about the overall, like the absolute count. like the absolute number of draw calls that you're doing. Which, like, you know, if you've got 10 material slots on a character, and because characters can't be... Like, take it like this, right? Let's say you've got, like, a crate. You've got a crate or a barrel, and it's got 100 material slots on it for some reason. Like, each individual plank has its own material slot. That is going to cost 100 draw calls, but if you add another barrel with all the same materials in all the same slots, and they're the same barrel mesh, they can still instance together. So those two meshes are now still 100 draw calls. And if you add 100 barrels with those 100 materials, they're all the same, they're the same barrel, whatever, it's still just 100 draw calls. But if you apply that to, like, something that can't be instanced, or multiple different meshes, then it starts to get out of control. So let's say you've got, like, a character has 10 material slots, and you want to have 100 characters on screen, you know, like Assassin's Creed style or whatever. Then, at a minimum, you're going to have 1,000 draw calls. Also, what's going on with my hair? And so by reducing the draw, like the material slots on your characters, it's like it scales way more, right? So like, or way better. So if you've got 1 material per character, and then you have 100 characters, it's only 100 draw calls. Now the shader complexity might be greater, but 99.9% of the time, bigger, more complex shaders are less expensive than extra draw calls. Scale meshes can't be instanced. Yeah, exactly. That's why I use characters as an example, because they can't be instanced together. Wrong button. Elmroth, any plans for Prismatica demo for Patreons? Love to try combat. Maybe sometime this year. There is a really old demo build that was just the original combat system with, like, just a hard-coded weapon and whatnot. So if you kind of want to see how the game feels combat-wise with a one-handed sword against really stupid... Actually, the AI is kind of smart, but yeah, then there is a demo. Actually, I wonder if I've still got that. No. No, I don't have it on my computer. Anyway, what was I doing? Right, we need to go to... Also, I need to rest my voice. I can feel... Like, I can taste blood. Let's go to Prismatica content. And... Simulation profiles. We are going to go to... Style profile. And then on apply, we're gonna get Prismatica. What was the thing again? Prismatica subsystem? World subsystem? Get manager? Get I forget what it was called. I don't even know if we can get it from the data asset. Oh no, did Sov implement it in the profile base? That was right. The based. So if I save all, simulation profile, reparent. Profile base. Prismatica profile base. Bam, bam. And then... did you recompile? Should show up anywhere? Yeah, I did. Did you check if it shows up in data assets? If I go here and go manager, Prismatica manager, maybe it didn't recompile. I mean, I did recompile. Ah, true. Still doesn't like me. Manager. That's getting it from the player character class. Odd. Huh? I saw you get it. It's definitely something on my end. And like, I've got the base class here. Well, this is parented to the base class. Let me just open up Viz Studio. Studio. Let's see. Prismatica. Source. Prismatica editor. K2 nodes. Get Prismatica manager. There it is. Hello. Hello. Oh wait, are they not? Yeah, it's all there. They're maybe not added. Like I can literally... Where are you? Let's just go in here. Yeah, it's right here. Also ignore these errors. They're not real. This is Visual Studio being Visual Studio. Visual Studio. Hum. Rebuild. We'll just do it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. Any ideas what it could... Is there anything else I'd have to do other than just replace the source folder with your version? Because VS would... Well, it has detected those classes and stuff. And there were no no compilation errors. All succeeded. Very good. Very good, very good. What was the get Prismatica Manager. Public UK2 node. Very weird. Can offer live let me figure out how to export this texture. It exports a thumbnail, but not the actual texture when it's open. It's for a leaf. Any idea on exporting an opened texture? Do you mean like exporting from the engine and then editing it and re-importing it? Because to do that, you would... Let me just find a thing. Textures. You just right-click the texture, go to Asset Actions, Export, and then export it as EXR, usually. And that should export the texture itself. Screen grabbed it. Hell yeah. I can get the subsystem in the settings. Where's the K2 node? No, that ain't it. Confusion. Maybe they're not... Maybe they haven't been added to the thing. What do you want? IntelliSense files, just... Yeah, it's fine. I don't need IntelliSense. I'm not writing anything. Perfectly legitimate Photoshop to edit? Hell yeah. That is the folder, yeah, cool. I mean, if I go to Prismatica and then do this, and then we go to any of these, then they are... Well, they're checked in, but... Shouldn't need to be checked in to... Let me just go to any other plugin. Okay, wait, they are checked in. Wait, the old ones are checked in, blah, blah, blah. This one is pending edit, yeah. Pending add. But the other folder, this one, they are pending add. Yeah, cool. So they're all here. Gang's all here. Let me just do a add. Git add -a. Warning. Working copy of plugins, blah 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 blah. Prismatica editor will be replaced by CRLF the next time Git touches it. Yes, that's fine. Git, commit, oh, Git status. Yep, Git commit, -m, added the Prismatica extra CPP stuff. Sov, gone and done. Right, so that's now all committed. No, just go away. Yes, it's fine, it's fine. Cool, everything built. Also, what was in the Metascape? In editor. What was that base type in again? Profile base. And that's just firing the on property changed. Yeah. Which is just a blueprint overridable, right? C++ is scary. Very scary. Still no dice. Well, I can at least check if the... No. If this one can... Hello? Where's my function list? Window. No, not palette. Palette's stupid. My blueprint. There we go. Override on property change. Yeah, nice. But then I still can't get a reference to the... What do you mean get editable? That's dumb. Editor... What's the subsystem? Blueprint engine subsystem? No, that's blueprint subsystem. Editor sub... You know, I can't get that. I mean, I could do something dumb like... data asset... I'll just wait. It's not urgent. No urgency. What was I even doing today? Oh, I filmed the videos. Go me. Go team. I filmed 2 videos. Go team. Also, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So I was doing Overwatch comp games, still not working. Nice. Did you win? Did you win? Did you get that fat W? Fuck. You didn't. Oh, damn. Neither did I. Yeah, so I double checked that it was like that it existed. So what I did, and I built it and everything's fine. Ignore these errors, they're not real. Reverse swept us. Ooh, that stings. So with the I just got your source folder, and I just put it where my source folder was and just replaced files and whatnot. But I'm thinking maybe the extra files haven't, like, registered or some shit. I don't know. I don't know how. You know? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Is it dumb? Is it dumb as? Hit me with it. Hit me with. The you play. True. True. Yep. All right, let's yeet the U plugin into the We'll fang it in. Plug in through Prismatica. Downloads U plugin. Oops. U plugin. Replace the file in the destination. Edit module needs to be... Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. Do I need to regenerate? You know what, I'll fucking do it anyway. Just do the whole shebang. From the ground up. How's Ziploc Posterity so far? I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants, you know? Alright, now we'll just do a clean rebuild. Bam. Six, 5'6" giants? True. I mean, that's pretty big compared to some people, you know? A short king is still a king. That's what she said? Yeah, true. Yeah, 5.6 inches is pretty big, you know? That's like average. Oh wait, 6 feet. Oh, 5'7" guy myself, I feel like I belong with the Smurfs. Damn. Oh, here we go. Wait, why are you angry? Wait, no issues found. What do you mean no issues found? I've got a Prismatica editor, wait, mutex, ms build, sing, command failed. Task A was cancelled. Analyzing Blueprint project, Prismatica U project, analyzing Blueprint editor, enhanced Unreal Engine support requires free Visual Studio. Oh no, so that's fine. Error list none. So wait, did this build or not? How tall am I? You don't mind me asking. Last time I measured, I was like 160 centimeters. But that was like when I was in primary school. Well, no, I was in high school. But that's like the last time I can remember measuring how tall I was. And I'm definitely taller than that now. But I don't think I've had a reason to measure how tall I was since then. Hey, Aussies are pretty tall. I think Aussies are like average height on average. Just average white person height. If you're an average white Australian. I mean, Australia is just like criminals from Britain. From Britain, innit? Alright, 11 succeeded. Here we go. The moment of truth. The same height as a door, do you feel tall? I don't know. Like a foot. How big's a foot? Is my head a foot? I'm like one head shorter than my door. But my doors might not be standard height because my house is 170 years old. With like original walls and doors. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. We've got really high roofs. Style profile. Hello. Open this. No, not style profile. We want to go to the simulation profile. And we want to override on property change. We want to get Prismatica. Oh, look at that icon. Yo. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. Now it's a plugin. Although, do we have to do get manager from that? No, how do we get Prismatica world subsystem object reference? What's that supposed to return? Do we just need to do a cast to manager? Cast to... No. Hold on. Prismatica world subsystem object reference. But then what can you do? What does this fella do? 5 minutes off his... Okay. God damn. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. I wish that the yellow was like the actual yellow that got put into it. But I know it gets washed out because of the style and whatnot. Maybe we'll do it like a while you're doing that, I'll decide a nicer color. Maybe we'll do like a sky blue. Or like a cobalt blue. Yeah, I can frick with that. That's a class that holds the pointer and not the pointer itself. Ah, I totally understand. I get it. I get it. No, I do I do get it. That class holds the pointer to the manager. Right? But not the pointer to the manager itself. Alright, let's try that color. So it's just 0, 05. Maybe we'll go 066. Yeah, that's more like it. Or maybe O. Yeah, we'll do that. That looks nice. Okay, Tuno line to change to Prismatica. Yeah, gotcha. EZ. EC. Yo, now we coding. This is how most C++ development gets done. You just copy and paste things from Stack Overflow. That's how you make a game engine. Am I right, fellas? Am I right, fellas? Alright, we want... Oh, wait, in K2 node, get Prismatica Manager. Line 70, get Prismatica... Hold on. K2 K2 node. Get Prismatica Manager CPP. Line 69. Ah, gotcha. You sure? Ah. Yeah, here. Yeah. Right, you should be a Prismatica Manager. Don't know why mine's one off? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, is it because of the signature at the top? or this big, and include. Include. All right, I'm just gonna copy this include. Manager / Prismatica manager .ash. Cool. And then I also want to go to the K2 node linear color. F linear color yellow would just be 0, 75, 1. Is that how you define a linear color? Oh, 0, because it's... Oh, 1, alpha. Is that how a linear color gets described? Linear color is a 4-bit. F linear color... Oh, right. Do I have to do it in brackets? Wait, where do the brackets go? Is it F linear color colon bracket? This? Or without that colon? Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, colon. No colon? Yeah, any colons in the chat? See, this is the kind of shit that, like, I just don't... No colon, okay. But a semicolon at the end. Yeah. F linear color, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Gotcha. Alright. Now we're coding. Now we're gaming. Yeah, no colon. That's like me after a Saturday night. Am I right, fellas? Ignore that one. Out of interest for research purposes, if you have to imagine what a realm of greed would look like, how would you envision it? A realm of greed? It's a good question. How do you visualize greed? Because, like, you could do it like it's like, you know, there's treasure everywhere and whatnot. That would be like the sort of typical approach, where it's like you're in like a, you know, like a vault, like a sealed vault with no food or water, just gold and treasure, you know? That's actually something I want to do in Prismatica, is like, you can fall into a pit where there's like all the most powerful weapons ever. Like super OP, you get like unlimited money and shit, but you can't get out of it. That would be amazing. And you can't load an autosave, you're stuck there forever. Distracted Games, thank you very much for the follow. You know what, I might start shouting out follows again, because at some point I stopped shouting out when people would follow the stream. Also, Distracted Games, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Giga Chad. Thank you. Very appreciated. Where is my, like, Twitch? Oh, it's not in this scene. It's in this scene, but now it's gone. But anyway. Because this is my YouTube scene where I disabled the overlay because I film with it. But yeah, at some point I stopped shouting out whenever someone would follow the stream. Because it just happened too often, you know, I'm just too popular. Or I just forgot to for a little while. But then, like, after I stopped doing it for a little bit, it felt wrong to start shouting people out when they'd follow again, because it's like if someone followed me and I didn't shout them out, and then the next person followed me and I shouted them out and not the other person, then it's like... So I just stopped shouting out whenever someone would. I stopped going, ah, whenever someone would follow. But maybe I'll start again. And maybe it starts with you, Distracted Games. Unless my voice is really sore, which it is right now. But, you know, the things I do for entertainment purposes. Plugins, Prismatica, simulation profiles. Simulation profile. Alright, here we go. Hey, look at that color. Wow, that's... Is that the same? Fuck, it's like... It's just a cast, isn't it? Oh my god, it's literally the same color. God damn it. What have I done? Can you... Okay, I've got an idea. I have an idea that I want to try right now. Can you tell the linear color to go above 1? Because if it can go above 1, and then it applies that multiply on top of it that makes it darker around the edges, can it then just build, not rebuild? Don't think so? Okay, I'll try this. We'll try this. 1 succeeded, 1 up today, blah, blah, blah. Alright, let's go back to the thing. That would be cool, if it could. Because then it could be like a real blue. Big boy blue. No. It's just slightly brighter because it's full blue and full thing. Eh? Anyway, so we can now Prismatica object, Prismatascape object reference. We can now refresh. Prismatascape manager object reference. Is this the C++ class here? I mean, I can just cast to Prismatascape manager. The blueprint one, right? Prismatascape manager object reference, Prismatascape manager object. Because this one will have the refreshed. Whereas this one won't have refreshed. Yeah, yeah. They've got the exact same name. Alright, so we've got on refreshed, which is just going to say on refreshed, reapply all style profiles, which will apply the profiles, blah, 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 blah. So in theory, theory only, we can default style profiles, wind style profile thing. We can do this. The wind moves at that speed. If I now change that to 10,000, the wind go fast. Look at that. We change that to 100, the wind goes slow. Look at that. It's lit. It's lit. Sov's done it. What happens if I just do this not in play? No crash. That's great. It's always good when it doesn't crash. Right, so that'll make it really easy for people to doodle dick with their settings and figure out what all the settings do. So they can literally be like, hey, you know, what does wind temporal smoothing rate do? Let's put it down to 0. And, you know, now it is... No, 0 would mean it never does it, yeah. So if we put it up to, like, 10 million, it's like, oh yeah, the wind looks hard. The wind edges look hard AF. And when it hits the foliage, it's like, bam, instantly. But if we do temporal smoothing rate, then it's like, ooh, wow, it's like softened. It's like wind over time, but like less fucked up. Hell yeah. Yo, I'm pogging. I'm like pogging for real right now. Deform capsule input to wind strength. Let's put that up to 100. And now when we move, we're drawing wind heaps. Wow, wow. Put that back down to 0.5. Back to Norman. Minimum speed, 100. Not drawing wind. But then when we go fast, if we put that to like 200, and we start drawing at full strength after 200 units, very good. But then we can lower the strength overall. Blah, blah, blah. See how that looks. Yeah, nice. Cool. Go to the water stuff. Water ripple speed. 20. There it goes. Can I go negative with that? I can. What does it mean, negative speed? It doesn't mean anything, does it? Yeah, that literally wouldn't do anything different. Zero? Nice. That hurts my brain. Also, the uppity-downy nature of the ripples could be parameterized, and then we could get more detailed ripples. Because the ripple speed propagation is the outward propagation of the ripples, but it still does the doodad. So anyway, that's the default there. Water input noise strength. Water input noise size. Water wind ripple wave strength 2. Water wind ripple noise strength 0. Now we get that fat, smooth water noise wind stuff from that other time with no noise ripples. But then we can be like wave strength 0, but noise strength 1. And now we get noise when we wind. And only noise. But then we can change the wind noise ripple size to big. Or really small. Yo, pogging? Yeah, this makes it way easier to adjust stuff. So thanks, Sov. Thank you very much. Very appreciated. Surface peak blur rate. 0. Right, now I should be able to make infinitely high peaks. Oh no, wait, they do get clamped at some point. In fact, I watched Scream on Navy. No worries, no worries. Have a good sesh. And GLHF. Then this plugin could be used for water ripples on rain, etc. Do you mean like rain drawing to... like rain falling on the water and doing this kind of thing? Because yes, absolutely. That'll be something that when I do the channel, like the data channel stuff, particles will be able to draw directly to, well, all of the things. So you'll be able to have water or like rain particles hit the ground and make like a little divot, or like hit, you know, you'll be able to make blood particles draw to the velocity layer so that they jiggle things. So if blood lands here, then it might jiggle that leaf or something. Like my old system did. So that's very much on the cards. So you'd even be able to make water droplets, you know, do drops on the sand if your thing was high enough resolution. Like this. If you really wanted. And then, like, when you've got the puddles going, and then, like, they'd be able to, like, you know, puddleify the shit. It's gonna be POG-AF. POG-AF. Previous one could do that? Yeah, exactly. Interaction height, 100. Wow. Let's put that up to 500. Whoa, look at us go. Input strength, -1. Hell yeah, now we're pogging. Pogging Della champing. Negative strength. Yeah, that's lit. Has Realm actual develop going? Any idea for release window? Yeah, I do have a release window actually locked in. And that's within the next 15 years. But development's going good. I've just been doing a lot of back-end, like, boring stuff that doesn't make for good devlogs. Like the past year. A lot of back-end and, like, planning and, you know, the boring shit. But yeah, I have been working on it. Just, you know, just increasing the scope over and over again as we do. But yeah, I figured I'd do this plugin because I was going to do it anyway for the game, like the visual side of the game. But then I also figured I could just sell it to people for 30 or 40 bucks and make some money and get some experience on, you know, releasing a product, even if it isn't a game. So it's definitely been worth doing. And I've had a lot of fun doing it. It was good to kind of take a break from Prismatica stuff. We're looking at making the tessellation on UE5 landscape. I'm looking at making tessellation. Oh, you mean nanite tessellation? Is that a typo? Because I haven't. But you could do this with Nanite Landscape, in theory. I mean, yes, you could do this with Nanite Landscape. But am I gonna? Shit, am I gonna? Yo, but am I gonna? Yeah, is he gonna? I really wanted to, in this version, do the sand rolling down slopes simulation, but I couldn't be bothered. Well, I just didn't have time. So now we just have the peak blurring, where if it exceeds -1 or +1, it will blur and dissipate itself, which is why the sand kind of moves after you dick with it. Kind of looks funky. Yo, why does it go so hard? Could you put this on something other than a flat plane? Yeah, absolutely. You could do a bowl. What do you call balls again? Spheres. Although I don't know how subdivided this ball is. Yo, we got balls. Yo, any balls in the chat? It doesn't have proper collision, but yeah, it works. But I'm not colliding with it. But yeah, my idea is to use the world normals drawn to the RVT to then, you know, make it like fall down sideways, like down slopes. Like instead of smoothing out omnidirectionally, it would smooth out unidirectionally. But yeah, the whole system works on any mesh. Like, there's no limitations. Where's, like, the big quarry mesh thing? Hey, look at that. Fun to mesh that way too. Yeah. Like, this will deform. If it has enough polys, but this probably isn't dense enough for it to actually do shit. But yeah, because... Oh, I fell through collision. Whoops. Because the system isn't... It's not dependent on, like, the landscape, you know? It's just anything that can draw to an RVT can be interactable. In fact... In fact, let's get rid of that and... Oh, I can't do that. Wait, hold on. We can... This is going to be dumb as fuck, by the way, but if we had a sphere and it was big and it had the example sand number 2 and it was drawing to the height RVT and then it was simulating and then I was on top of it. I mean, it's not going to move around with it, but it's going to be funny. It's going to look dumb. So in theory... Wait, why are you not... Oh, wait, can movable things not draw to RVT's nuts? Can I, like, go here and just... Can they not draw? Maybe they have to be static. Oh no, wait, wrong one. Prismatica landscape height. There we go. Hey, pogging? I just have to increase the interaction height. Oh, well, I fell through it. Fuck my life. If that was, like, higher, or if I said to the input, hey, you should be, like, bigger than that. Or I'm guessing the RVT height isn't big enough, but yeah, you could do some stupid shit like this if you wanted. But then, like, as soon as it moves, it's gonna... it's gonna do this. And no, there's no way to make it follow along with it. Unless... No, there isn't. Stop it. There's not. It's impossible. But yeah, technically you can do stupid shit like this. Oh god, I'm gonna fall. Oh. Oh god. Oh shit. Yo, who putting they balls in the water? Oh, shit. Oh, there it goes. Oh, fuck. Come back. Oh, no. Don't do that. Get back here. Oh, shit. No, okay, wait, fuck. Just go this way slightly. Please. Oh, no, come back. Alright, it should land. Yeah, nice. Right, now we just need to get it back this way. Oh my god! Oh wait, it's not an interactable ball. It's not drawing to anything, because it's a fucking... Yeah. Anyway, what was the purpose of this again? Not much, obviously. I wanted to make a really big ball. And just see what happens. Yo. Yeah, that's stupid as. No, get in the water. Shit. It's definitely interacting with stuff. It's creating some real wind. Okay, get in the... Get in the thing. And then... Alright, ready for the splash. That's so dumb. Yeah, this really isn't designed for this kind of shit. It's gonna pool out? Nah, it's not how it works, unfortunately. It's not an actual fluid sim, it's just a stupid bullshit sim. Yeah, I mean, it holds up. It's not too bad. Oh. Come back. Fuck. Go back up. Okay, oh, no, come... Oh, shit. Well, actually, I can just move it that way slightly. And then... Okay, come down quicker. And then move that way. And then this way. And then that way, and then down. And down faster. And then just go that way. Oh! Nearly got it. And then, oh shit. Up. And this way. And then down. Oh, no slam dunk. Okay, hold on. Go up a bit more. And then this way. And then down. No. Yes. Yes. Got it. Oh, fuck. Easy mode. Wow, this is the game. This is now the game. Anyway, what was I even... Right, the settings update automatically. That's great. Go team. Sorry, let's stop getting sidetracked. Stop having fun and just do some frickin' work. How do the effects hold up to a non-top down or 3/4 view? Good. Very good. I've seen people use them in third-person view, and it looks great. I haven't seen anyone do first-person yet, but I imagine it's basically the same, you know. First, third-person, you know. Potatoes, potatoes. Potato, potato. Basically the same. What about fourth person? No, that'll be the Prismatica DLC. Will be a fourth person game. All right, is there any other stuff that I need to... Oh, I need to film a little extra bit. About the things auto-updating. As a little additional. As a little extra little tidbit, thanks to some C++ magic, whenever we update one of these style parameters, it will automatically update it on the in-editor, you know, Prismatiscape fella. So if we just go, you know, wind max travel speed 2, then you can see that the wind is not moving. And if we put that up to 500, it starts moving and doing its thing. And, you know, so you can experiment really easily with what settings best suit your project. So that is absolutely fantastic. Another little extra thing is in any class, whether that's a component or an actor, there is now a K2 node called Get Prismatica Manager. You can see it's the one with the little foliage icon. This is hella pog. But this will return the Prismatica Manager C++ base class. And then at the moment, you'll need to just cast to the, your child class of the C++ manager. Sorry. But then if you want to use, any extra functions that are in your child class of the Prismatica manager, you'll just need to cast to it. You will also, at the moment, this might change, but if you can't find the, for example, add deform pulse at location function, if you can't find that in here, add deform pulse at location, then you just need to cast to Prismatica manager. A little confusing because they've got the exact same name, but it's no biggie. So if you are watching this video, try and add deform pulse straight from here. Otherwise, just cast to Prismatica manager and you're good to go. So this means that we no longer have to search through every actor in the world to add, a wind or a deform pulse. We can just get it from the subsystem or from this special node. So that's just something to keep in mind with this latest update. That's all. Sounds like I left it hanging, but it's like that's to be inserted in the middle of other stuff. So that's just something to note about this update. And then nothing. And then nothing. Tellisto, how's it going? Right, I'm going to push that update and then, I don't know, play some trash games for the rest of the day until later. Might play some Genshin Impact, Genshin Impact addict. Might just spend my life savings on fucking gacha games. That's just a joke. That's just a joke. I don't have a life savings. No, I'm kidding. I've got life savings. I might also play some Kenshi. I need to build my Kenshi base. Just bought Helldivers. How is it, Jay? I know a lot of people have been playing that. It's only $40, isn't it? Well, only $40, but it's not like $60, right? Wasn't it not AAA price? It's $40. Yeah, that's POG. That's based. That's based AF. That's basted. Anyway, I feel like my throat's actually gonna die, so I need to do a warm down. And then just rest, I need to edit those damn videos. The damn videos. A damn sandal. Right, who do we want to raid? We can raid, we'll raid Adam. We'll raid Adam C. Eunice. Adam Cunis. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. If you are a Prismatica enjoyer, then enjoy the new update. I'll be doing the hotfix version in a few minutes, so YOLO and swag. And with that, we say goodbye. We had a good sesh. We talked about a lot of shit. So, yeah, we're just gonna do the raid, do the usual thing. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We chillin'. And, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. Also, goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye, YouTuberists. Ding.